Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you take your seats? The EPP 2020.
Doamnelor și domnilor, vă rugăm să luați loc în sală. Cel de-al 28-lea congres al PPE va începe în curând.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The EPP's 2024.
Doamnelor și domnilor, vă rugăm să luați loc. Cel de-al 28-lea congres al PPE va începe în curând.
Yes, 1, 2, 3 test on the English channel. 1, 2, 3 test, test. Okay.
gentlemen, please take your seats for the EPP's 2024 Congress. It is about to begin now.
Europe is its people, and people are at the core of the European People's Party. We listen to them. We act on their behalf, from the smallest village to the largest city. From offices of mayors to offices of state, the EPP fights for all Europeans. Europe belongs to hard-working farmers who produce food and nurture our land. Europe is a dynamic stage where entrepreneurs harness their creativity, fostering growth and jobs, supporting thousands of households. Europe is a sanctuary protecting our people, ensuring safety and security across the continent. Our mission is clear. We empower Europe and our countries by empowering people of all ages, allowing them to claim their freedom, seize opportunities, and thrive. Together, we preserve and strengthen our shared home, providing steadfast leadership in a world of uncertainties. Together, we shape a Europe that inspires and succeeds. Welcome to the EPP Congress 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, President von der Leyen and President Metsola, welcome everybody to the 2024 European People's Party's Congress here in the fantastic surroundings of the Rome Expo Centre in Bucharest. I'm Nina Dos Santos, an international broadcast journalist who for the last 20 years has covered many of the issues that we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days, from security, prosperity, also issues like intergenerational and climate change. It's a true honour to be here to facilitate these discussions, which come against, of course, a backdrop of an extremely important year, if not the defining year for world democracy. This is possibly one of the biggest years that democracy has ever known, with 4 billion people being eligible to vote in elections on all 4 corners of the globe, and hundreds of millions of those people will be also having a chance to cast their ballots in a few months' time at the European parliamentary elections in June. As this Congress begins, I would like to invite to the stage the EPP President Manfred Weber and also other members of the EPP presidency to come and take their seats on the stage behind me. Thank you. We find ourselves here in beautiful and spectacular Bucharest, and here on a stage designed literally to get a 360-degree view of the world events, and also, as I was saying before, what the landscape looks like for the future for the EU. I would like to call upon the PNL President, Nicolae Ciucă, the co-host of this event, to come and make some opening remarks here at the lectern. The floor is yours, sir.
Madam President Ursula von der Leyen, Madam President Roberta Metsola, Mr. President Manfred Weber, dear colleagues, dear friends, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to Bucharest to hold the 2024 European Popular Party Congress. It is a crucial moment to prove once again that we are a strong political family, united and ready to successfully lead Europe in the next years. As we are voting our lead candidate for the upcoming EU elections, we show vision and responsibility, determination and strength to manage the challenges Europe and our European citizens are facing. Thank you for placing your trust in us, in the Romanian National Liberal Party, for this very important Congress. The EPP enjoys a great trust and popularity here in Romania for good reasons. Firstly, we stand by and defend our European values and principles even in difficult times. United, we stand against autocracy, extremism, populism, and against the illegitimate use of force. Secondly, we proved our solidarity with our neighbors when they needed it most. From the first day, we stood by Ukraine and Ukrainian people in their legitimate fight for freedom against the Russian aggression. We also helped the Republic of Moldova in tackling the consequences of this brutal war. Last but not least, our actions and measures translated in security and concrete economic and social benefits for our citizens. In this difficult moment, when we are confronted with a war on the European continent, EPP has shown very pragmatic leadership. I want to thank President Ursula von der Leyen and President Roberta Metsola for their strong stance and commitment to support Ukraine and our partners from the eastern neighborhood, such as Republic of Moldova, and thank you, Madam President, for attending this Congress. What happens in Ukraine has an impact on all of us. This war is not only about Ukraine, it is about our system of democratic values. It is about human lives, human dignity and freedom. Romania did its best in helping its neighbor. We welcome the Ukrainian refugees into our homes and send consistent aid to Kiev. We have supported and we have actively protected the European values. In addition, our common support as political leaders of EPP remains crucial for Ukraine in such a difficult context. We must not forget the Republic of Moldova, heavily impacted by the war. They have received the highest number of refugees per capita and represent a constant target for Russia's disinformation tactics and hybrid threats. They need and deserve our constant support. We prize Ukraine and Republic of Moldova reforms on their European path. They are part of Europe and should become members of the European Union soon. A special welcome to Bucharest to our colleagues from Ukraine and Republic of Moldova. Europe needs you. Europe stands with you. Ladies and gentlemen, in difficult times, it is also important to look inward and consolidate our resilience as societies. We have an important moment ahead of us, the upcoming European elections. The danger of destabilization of the European Union is higher than ever, and it is supported by extremist and populist parties. This is why we must concentrate our efforts and resources on fighting anti-Europeans for the next elections. We cannot let them spread their destructive narrative and their insidious disinformation. For this, we should be firm and united in leading the positive discourse on Europe. We have to protect our values and preserve the European democratic order. EPP is the party of pragmatic solutions in response to people's needs. We cannot allow extremists and populists to attack and weaken Europe. Europe is the solution to our common challenges. Europe is our future. EPP will continue to defend and enforce the European Union. Dear colleagues, the mentality, profile and expectations of the electorate have evolved a lot in the recent years. EPP must become more attractive for its citizens. Our electorate emphasizes pragmatism and values founded on the idea of human dignity. Without its core values, the EU risks to remain powerless. The pragmatism is often the measure of our credibility. People are waiting for clear and useful decisions. In this respect, for Romanians, one extremely important topic is the completion of our accession to Schengen. The security of European borders is very important, and it represents our security, the security of our children and of liberal democracies. Romania is a provider of security and predictability who ensures the safety of both NATO and EU borders, and for this reason it is entitled to fully join the Schengen area. Over 120 billion euros is the contribution to GDP of Europe made by the 4 million Romanian citizens living in the EU. This is a reason enough to respect them and not make them wait long lines at our borders. Romania deserves to become a full member of the Schengen area. We have fulfilled our obligations, and people are having a legitimate interest to see these major objectives becoming a reality. Thank you for including this issue in the official electoral manifesto that we are voting later today. Now I would like to say a couple of words in Romanian language. Dragi membri și
Dear members and sympathizers of our liberal values, just as I said yesterday, through this Congress, the PNL reconfirms its role as a pro-European party, a party that has stood against isolating Romania. The liberal tradition is reinvigorating the destiny of our people. Our party is capable to show today to the world that Romania matters and can be a place where we will be reflecting on and writing new political platforms. The liberal policies are in line with our national and European vocation, and we are writing today in the present book and in the book of the future as well. Our message is a pro-European one. And the over 4 million Romanians living in the EU and the Great Britain have shown that the destiny and the future of Romanians is the EU. And this should be an inspiration for us all, as politicians, as personalities, and as mere citizens. Any message contesting the values of the EU and which disseminates mistrust is directed against those Romanians that are now living all throughout the EU. The current coalition has brought a lot of material resources for projects rolled out at a national level. Just think of agricultural projects. We are in a coalition proving that the national and European policy is a priority. It was necessary for us to identify solutions against us being divided as a society. Of course, we have different policies, but through respect and good communication, we will find a way to govern in difficult times. We need to learn from the lessons of the past and to avoid a policy of hatred. We need to be constructive. People no longer need to see this political circus. They want to see their problems being solved. We need to convince them that we deserve to be voted. In order to win these elections, we need to gain the citizens' confidence without giving them false hopes. We need an honest policy in order to make them see that we are a party with a consciousness capable to deal with their needs and capable to lead Romania. So I urge you to identify this year a standard capable to gather together all those who are in favor of the liberal and democratic values, the SMEs, and especially the young people. This Congress is only one more reason for you to join one of the most important political families in the EU.
To switch back to English, we should also keep in mind that our citizens need security in a broader sense, also covering economic, climate, digital and energy security. In order to have a strong Europe, we need a strong economy, which means becoming trusted partners of the business environment. EPP will have to face the new challenges of the Industrial Revolution 4.0. The next European Parliament must find solutions to support scientific research and make the EU more efficient and to improve the quality of life across all European regions. Research means growth, resilience and attractiveness and the capacity to expand made in EU across the world markets. For all this we have the pragmatic leadership on our side. For all this we have to combine courage with vision. I would like to thank Ursula von der Leyen for all her work throughout these years. The list of our common results is long and well known. We should not be shy in presenting it. It speaks for itself. From solutions to the healthcare and economic crisis provoked by COVID-19, to the management of the current war in Ukraine, or the energy crisis, Ursula successfully enforced the leadership of harmony. In obtaining all these results, President von der Leyen had the ability to keep us united and strong. She managed to steer the ship in a very troubling waters, and I am confident she will continue to do so. We put our trust in her courage and her vision. Europe is in good hands and will continue to be protected and enforced. Dear colleagues, we must not forget that our interest is greater and stronger than any nationalistic policy. We are bound by links stronger than any forces that try to divide us. Let us tell people that we are ready to lead Europe, our common destiny and our future. It is once again time to lead. It is once again time to protect our homes and our families. For a democratic Europe, for a competitive Europe, for a Europe of values where all our citizens are taken care of, for a Europe of security, for a Europe of freedom, EPP is ready to lead for Europe and European citizens. We have to win for a safer and stronger European Union. Thank you very much, and I wish to have a very successful Congress. Thank you.
President Chuka, thank you very much for those words and those opening thoughts that set the scene for the next 2 days to come. I would now like to invite on stage Huno Kenneman, who's the president of the RMDSZ. The floor is yours, sir.
Dear Mr. President Manfred Weber, dear Madam President Roberta Metsola, dear Madam President Ursula von der Leyen, dear delegates, dear EPP family, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hunor Kelemen, President of the Democratic Alliance of Hungarians in Romania, the oldest member organization in Romania of the European People's Party. I represent an ethnic community of 1.2 million people. From the very first moment after the fall of the communist dictatorship, my community strongly believed that our country belongs in the European Union and the North Atlantic Alliance. Our historical experience is that prosperity has never come from the East. Freedom and security have never come from the East, never. We still believe this today. I am an honest and straightforward person. I like to call things as they are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not been in such difficult conditions for decades. It has been the case since we had to respond to so many challenges at the same time. Not in a long time have we felt so many crises threatening our European way of life, our prosperity, predictability, security and freedom. We see angry, frustrated, hopeless people who feel they have lost the ground beneath their feet. They want security. They want predictability. They want reliability. They expect to them. They have entrusted their lives to deal with their real problems. We are all responsible for the current situation. We all have to acknowledge this. We are responsible because we have been leading the European Union for at least 10 years. We are responsible because in the majority of the member states, our parties lead and govern. And the first responsible is always the one who has the power. We cannot shift this responsibility on others by rhetorical tricks or political villainy. Dear friends, I will continue now to speak in my mother tongue, in Hungarian. I wait, change the camera. Hölgyeim és Uraim!
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the European People's Party has a huge responsibility today too. It is up to us what is the future like in Europe. It depends on us, for the people to believe us yet again that we do not stand for bureaucracy, exclusive economic interests, but the interests of everyday people. Therefore, we have to clarify a few things. First and foremost, who we are. What kind of values do we stand for, and who do we represent? And obviously, what is our vision for the future? In terms of the core values, there is no debate amongst us, but we have to make ourselves different from the socialists. We have to be able to differentiate from the liberals and from the Greens. We cannot say the same things as they do. We cannot repeat their topics because then we become exactly as they are. And our voters will turn away from us and their electorate will not vote for us. We have to show what makes us different, what makes us better than them. It is not an easy task, but it is not impossible. Today we also have to show what are the outlines of the new emerging world order and where do we see the place of the EU in this new order. We have to be clear and state it clearly. The European economy cannot be sacrificed on the altar of a fast-paced green transition. We love environment, clean air, clean water, but we need a transition that does not require more sacrifice than the benefit it yields. We have to be clear about the fact that more and more people feel political orphans today. We have to turn towards them and reach out to them. We cannot let anti-mainstream extremist parties be the only one who deal with these today huge masses of people. The EPP has to stand clearly by farmers, agricultural entrepreneurs and SMEs. And regardless of how difficult it is for some member states to accept this, the EU has to ensure the upholding the rights of the indigenous European minorities. This is a European task also because cultural and ethnic diversity makes it such. The EU has to show strength, but not by dealing constantly with those who internally stand for a different opinion. It has to show strength by becoming relevant and, yes, again, once again, unavoidable in shaping world policy. We cannot postpone developing a future defense and security system, political system, and fast reaction capacity. This has to complete and not replace everything the NATO provides. We have to be ready to defend the European Union from asymmetric attacks and digital warfare. Dear friends and dear delegates, the European Popular Party held its Congress in Romania today, and this is commendable and wonderful. Here we are at the margins of the EU and at the margins of NATO. This means a lot of responsibility. It also means opportunity, but it also means vulnerability and risk at the same time. This margin extends from the Baltic states up to Bulgaria. Currently, this is the most vulnerable region in the EU. Therefore, when people see that some member states still apply double standards regarding the countries in this region feel unjustly treated, and they are actually revolted against. Political ballet regarding the accession to the Schengen area cannot be undertaken or continued. We have to say this clearly and loudly, also here in our political family. We can and will protect the internal borders of the EU, and we are ready to do this. All sorts of excuses and pretexts can be invented to postpone the total integration and accession to the Schengen area, but this will cause huge damages in the short term. Therefore, I ask all those who had any restraints regarding the accession of Romania to the Schengen area to place on first place our medium and long-term interests and not immediate political gain. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, here at the margins we fulfill a role that is similar to the crust of a good loaf of bread. The same way as a crust protects the inside of the bread, we protect those who live in the inside of the old continent. If the crust cracks, the inside dries out, alters, and becomes unedible. So don't regard us only as a market, as a problem region, but also as a shield that protects Europe. Distinguished delegates, I wish that on the 9th of June we do not only consolidate what we have now and be content that we gained most mandates in the European Parliament, but that together we will also have the power to make the necessary corrections, to have the strength to restore hope and belief for the European citizens that Europe is the best place on earth, to prove them that our generation is able to keep and convey further, hand down the Europe that shaped the world and determined the course of history for centuries. Good luck to the European People's Party and all its member organizations.
President Kellerman, thank you very much for those opening remarks. Now, as the EPP's 2024 Congress gets underway, I would like to call to the stage President Manfred Weber to make his opening statement. Thank you. The floor is yours.
I'm glad to be in Bucharest.
In Bucharest, dear friends, and that's why my first message goes to our Romanian friends for their incredible hospitality. A magical city like Bucharest is the best example for our European way of life, for our culture, for our values, for what makes us European. So, mulțumesc, President Klaus Iohannis, mulțumesc, dear Nicolae Ciucă, mulțumesc, dear Unor Kelemen, for welcoming us here in Bucharest. Dear friends, I welcome all colleagues to the EPP Congress 2024. And as I look into this room, I see what makes us as EPP so strong, and that is you. So my first message as an EPP party president is a big thank you. A thank you for all your hard work, always being on the side of the people. Thank you for building up the European People's Party every day in the talks with our citizens. We together make EPP strong. We are today the strongest force in the European Parliament. We are the biggest party on the Council table. Almost half of the Prime Minister and Head of States and Government are members of the EPP family. The party who is led by two strong, impressive women and leaders, Ursula von der Leyen and Roberta Metsola, and the party who has the highest and biggest numbers of regional governors and mayors. Dear friend, we are the Mayor's Party of Europe. We are strong and we can be proud about this. Dear friends, you probably don't know, but last week on Saturday, the Socialists had their Congress in Rome. The room was quite different to the room we have here in Bucharest. We have here in Bucharest a manifesto with very concrete proposals. They have ideological claims and vague formulas for the future. We have Ursula von der Leyen and Roberta Metsola. They have Schmidt and Borrell as the leaders of the Socialists. We have got a room full of passionate delegates, and we struggle to fit all journalists into this room, dear friends, and they haven't even made some news outside of the Brussels bubble. Dear friends, here in Bucharest you can see the powerhouse of Europe, and we are proud about this. Our Congress takes place in a critical moment of time. The key promise of the European way of life is under attack. The world is less and less safe, our global competitors are getting tougher, and the far right wants to destroy Europe from inside. But dear friends, we did not build Europe to work only on sunny days. We built Europe to be our safe and good home, no matter the weather. That was the dream of our founding Christian democratic fathers, the Gaspari, Schumann and Adenauer, when they built Europe out of the ruins of the Second World War. And that's exactly what our Congress is also today all about. Our EPP vision for a Europe that protects, that empowers and that all preserves. Today we will discuss our electoral manifesto, our promise to the people of Europe. Tomorrow we will elect our lead candidate, the leader that together with our team on the Council and Parliament table will make the promises reality afterwards. The third point for this Congress is this evening the family that we are gathering, the leaders and all delegates together in one room. You know, for me this is important, that party is first of all family, that we are friends. And after tomorrow, when we have to leave again this beautiful city of Bucharest and go back home, we know we have some challenging but exciting months ahead of us. And I count on each of you, on each of us, to go out and to fight, because we are the only People's Party. We are the party of Europe. We are the party of the European way of life. We are the powerhouse of Europe. Welcome in Bucharest.
Thank you very much, EPP President Manfred Weber, there for those opening remarks. Now, we've already had, as is customary here, multiple speeches in different languages. That is the beauty, of course, of the European Union. And where I come from, there's a saying that goes, all politics is local. In a bloc like the EU, of course, that can be a very broad statement, geographically and also culturally as well. The European Committee of the Regions is the voice of those very regions and localities across the EU, representing authorities and advising upon legislation where it's pertinent to local regions. That means advising on about 70% of EU legislation. So this is obviously a vital institution, and the role of these regions was in fact enshrined in the Treaty of Lisbon back in the late 2000s. So in the first of a series of panels that we're going to have in quick succession over the next hour or two, we'll be discussing the role of these localities, how best EPP members inside EU institutions can advocate for their cause, and also create transformative economic growth for the citizens who live in cities and villages all across this enormous bloc of 350 million people. Let's have a little bit of a look at this film to frame the discussions as we head into them. So as you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be focusing now on the key role of the regions as we head into our series of panels. I would like to introduce our speakers who will be joining us on stage here. First of all, I would like to introduce Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who is the governor of the Central Macedonia region of Greece. Please, sir, come and join us on the stage. We're also going to be joined, thank you, by Olga Geblevitz, who's the president of the EPP group in the European Committee of the Regions, that vital institution. If I could ask you to sit in the middle, sir. Thank you very much. Isabel Ayuso, the president of the Community of Madrid as well. Thank you. If you sit here, please. Rafael Trzaskowski, the mayor of Warsaw. And we will also be joined by Emil Boc, who is the mayor of Cluj-Napoca here in Romania. Thank you. Please, sir, thank you. This would be fine. Thank you. Great. And we also have, last but not least, Sven Schulze, who's the Minister for Economic Affairs, Tourism, Agriculture and Forestry of the Saxony-Anhalt region in Germany. Please take your seat, sir. Thank you. Well, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by such a wide panel of local mayors and big cities, but also big regions as well, that are engaging in transformative growth. Olga Gublevits, as the president of the EPP group of the European Committee on the Regions, I'd just like to ask you to make a few opening remarks, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. And first of all, welcome to all of you. Buena ziua, Bucharesti. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, our President, Manfred Weber, for wise leadership and for taking us on board. Of course, secondly, I would like to thank a lot of our great friend, Siegfried Mureșan, for a clear-cut support all the time. Then I would like to thank all the Romanian friends, our President, Nicola Ciuca, our host Emil Boc, not only for hospitality but for genuine friendship on a daily basis. So thank you very much. Today we are here as locally elected leaders and mayors, presidents, to prove how strong EPP is on the ground and to acknowledge that even in some countries, temporarily, we are not in power, we are still very strongly rooted on the ground, on the grassroots level, in the villages, in the cities, in the regions. And then to prove that every day our EPP team is working very hard together with our people to solve their problems, to provide them with a success, to provide them with a health, wealth and prosperous life. So it is our mission, and we want to today share our vision on how we are doing on the ground. I'm more than happy that today we are together with such a strong and charismatic leaders, like sitting next to me, leaders from the biggest political group in the European Committee of Regions, just like Isabel, who made her Madrid region really resilient and really vibrant, just like Apostolos, who work on the daily basis together with people on the ground to provide them with prosperity and to sense of security. Just like Rafał, the mayor of Warsaw, who fought for democracy in Poland and right now is transforming our capital city Warsaw in a modern and green city. Just like Sven, who proved and who made the Saxony-Anhalt region even more competitive in terms of automotive industry. And of course, last but not least, like Emil Boc, the very popular and very appreciated, very respected mayor of Cluj-Napoca. I need to underline that a lot of people in Poland, a lot of mayors in Poland are jealous that Emil decided, thanks to his wise vision and EU money, to build a new metro system in Cluj, and we are really following it. So we have a lot of experience which we brought here. Why we brought it here? Because we believe that only united we can win European elections, that we can work together on the ground to convince our people in our villages, in our cities, to go vote to win our united Europe. And I think that we will be successful in these European elections, and we will provide our EPP party with success thanks to our unity. Let's win Europe together. Thank you very much.
President Gublevits, thank you very much for that opening statement. President Tsikostas, you've just been elected and you've won again, won in the Central Macedonian region with over 60% of the vote. I mean, how do you sort of build trust among your local electorate? Is there a lesson there in what you managed to achieve that can be extrapolated towards the upcoming European parliamentary elections, for instance?
Well, first of all, let me begin by condemning the attack against President Zelensky.
which just happened some time ago. And it is good to know that his staff, as well as the Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis and his staff who were supposed to meet with him, are well and were not hurt by this attack. Now, to begin, let me first of all thanks a lot to our hosts, Manfred Weber, of course, and Emil Bock, for hosting us here in this beautiful city, and around esteemed colleagues who have worked a lot and very hard during these past years, during this permanent crisis era, as I call it, with one crisis following the other. They have showcased how important the role of regions and cities is in this difficult environment that we live in. And you have done that through hard work. And in order to answer also to your question, I would say showcasing not only the importance of regions and cities, but also the fact that regions and cities are the actors who bring results in every city, village, in every community. And this happens through our work. So yes, trust is the key word, but how can we manage to have the trust of the citizens? Only by showing to them that we really care about their problems, that we know how to respond and how to tackle their problems, and if we have the know-how of how to implement the policies on the ground using mostly European funds. And this is something I would like to stress out because, you know, in my region, Central Macedonia, like in most regions of Europe today, most of the public works that are happening are a result of European funding. So Europe is in every citizen's life, everyday life. For example, in Central Macedonia, we built in this couple of years 20 new schools, 16 hospitals, 20 medical centers. We established a digital region with 600 digital services. We have created 190 parks in our cities, financed more than 10,000 SMEs for 3,000 projects of innovation. We established 150 structures for supporting people in need. We invested in renewable energy sources, and the results are here. We had an increase in Central Macedonia last year of 9% in our GDP. We created 70,000 jobs, and we are now one of the 10 fastest regions in innovation. All this to give you an example of how regions and cities can really implement European policies and can really, through their work, gain the trust of the citizens.
Thank you very much, President Tzitzikostas. Sven Schulze, I suppose it's important I come to you to talk about innovation and transformation of a region, because obviously over the last 20 years the CDU has, over the time you've governed Saxony-Anhalt, you've sort of transformed from different types of manufacturing now to innovation. You've got this big investment by Intel in a plant. And a lot of that also involves cohesion funds, doesn't it? It involves putting that money to work to make a difference and changing the actual economic base.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll speak German. We've got a lot of delegates here from Germany, Austria and other places where German is used, and so I would like to use my mother tongue and say that in my home, in my region, Saxony-Anhalt, you can see a region where Europe is effective. Since 1989, we have benefited a great deal from Europe. There was a lot of money on the one hand, but also other forms of support on the other. And this has led to a situation where the east of Germany, the new regions, were able to develop further. And we're arriving in a new era now, as you just mentioned, in my region, where I am Minister for the Economy. We have the greatest investment in Europe, more than 30 billion euros. And this is happening because of the European chipset, because of Ursula von der Leyen, because the European Parliament and Commission said we need to become more resilient, we need to be less dependent on other regions worldwide. Europe needs to become a leader, and in my home, and I'm very proud of this, in the near future, we will be producing the most modern chips worldwide for the most modern and high technology in this world. For AI, we will do that. We will be producing chips that haven't even been developed yet. Incidentally, using machinery that hasn't yet been developed. But we in Germany and in the Netherlands, we're developing these new technologies, and that shows how Europe works. I'm also Agriculture Minister, and we have seen the many demonstrations globally by farmers because of dissatisfaction. We've experienced that in Brussels and in Germany, but here too, it is important to continue to develop, to build new technologies, because that can be done through decisions made in Brussels and Strasbourg that can be brought into the regions. And many people from our EPP are active in this. It's important to say this. Right from the very top, from Ursula von der Leyen, from Roberta Metsola, from Manfred Weber, this all feeds into the regions. Then we have Friedrich Merz from the CDU to the regions where we take on the responsibility. We are working collectively and cohesively on the topic of how we can continue to develop Europe further. We need a strong EPP. We need a strong result in the European elections because we know how Europe is developing. I'm very proud to chair the party in my region where we have been working to develop our region.
Schulze, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to come just quickly to the mayors of the two cities that we have here, because obviously that is the perspective of a region where you're trying to change your industrial base. But Rafał Trzaskowski, Warsaw has been in the headlines in so many English language newspapers and magazines. One of them I contribute to as a whole front page special on your city's transformation, and it comes at a crucial time, obviously, when the world is looking at Poland. I mean, what are the solutions you think that have made such a difference and can make a difference for the EPP as we head into these parliamentary elections?
Well, first of all, the most important thing that we won with the populists, and the important lesson is to be very concrete about the threat. Because I think that the biggest threat that is before us are, of course, the populist parties which are trying to undermine what we are doing in Europe. But sometimes we use the language about them which is too general. I mean, we talk about the rule of law or that democracy is under threat. That's too general. People do not really understand that. So we have to translate that into the language that people understand. So, for example, that they want to adopt medieval anti-abortion laws and take away women's rights. For example, that they want to make Europe weak because they are not going to actually tackle the problems that are the most important for us, such as the problem of security. For example, that they are introducing indoctrination in schools and so on. And only if you actually make citizens aware that the populist threat is a threat to our basic rights, then you can actually meet the challenge head on and start winning elections with those guys. Secondly, is that you have to be as concrete as possible. So, for example, what we did in Warsaw, we were talking about women's rights, but we talked to women in Warsaw, and we asked them, what are their real needs? And they said, you know, our real needs is that no one can take care of our small kids. So we cannot come back to work when we want. So we decided to start creating those preschools and offer free preschools for all the inhabitants of Warsaw. And we've created almost 20,000 places. And not only that we've built preschools, but we actually opened up businesses, allowed women to open up businesses and open up preschools. And now when I meet women in Warsaw, they simply say, yes, I was able to actually go back to work. So we have to be concrete. When we talked about global warming, we said that we are going to actually get rid of the coal-powered stoves in Warsaw. And we actually give a precise number, that there were 15,000 of them. And what we did, we eliminated 80% of them. So you have to be concrete so that people can see the results. And also, in European elections, you have to be concrete about the policies. And one thing which is most important for me, I spent quite a few years in the European Parliament, and I was an EPP coordinator on the Constitutional Affairs Committee, okay? Guys, so I know it pretty well. But when I hear now that the most important thing that we want to discuss is weighing of votes, qualified majority voting, and so on and so forth, this is not the way to go. We need to talk about policies, and we need to be concrete about that, and not only things like security, but things that people are really aware of and are afraid of. For example, how to harness artificial intelligence, how to be able to actually implement Green Deal in such a way as to involve the citizens. And the last message I have for you is the role of the local and regional authorities. We are the guys who walk the streets of our cities, of our villages, and we can translate what we are doing on the European level into concrete actions and also have a compensation and defend some of the EU policies. Because if we don't, that's what happens with Green Deal in agriculture, where we prepare ideas, then we do not really discuss them enough with the farmers, and the farmers are on the streets of Warsaw and other cities. That's why you should involve us, because we know how to talk to the people on the ground.
Thank you very much, Mayor Trulski. Isabel Diaz Ayuso, you won a second time in 2021, and you actually doubled the seats for the Partido Popular in the Madrid region. I mean, how did you do that? Was it the focus, as we just heard there from Mayor Trulski, to say it's a focus on policy rather than actual procedure, you know, to sort of demystify how things come about at an EU level?
Muchas gracias. En primer lugar, quiero saludar al presidente de EPP.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to greet the President of the EPP and our colleagues here of the Partido Popular delegation and its President Feijóo. I think our party was able to get a majority when we were able to talk to the people, to the citizens, talk about freedom, talk about life. These are the two big values and the two most important things for people in general. We are capable, and we know this, we can manage rigorously, but we need to talk about things frankly, candidly. I know it's not always easy to do in politics. We're not only there to say things that please people without acting. We need to act and absolutely say things as they are, because that's the only way people can support us. I represent the central region of Spain, Madrid, one of the most best known regions for the way we live, its character. It's a pleasant city. There is nightlife, there is life in the daytime. We're capable of integrating. It's a city and a region that is capable of doing lots of things. And only because we were faithful to our values were we able to transform the city in what it is today. And this Madrid region is a region that has deep roots, Christian roots, Judeo-Christian roots. We have connections to Rome, to all of these essential values. What happened recently is not what we want, and we think that we need to keep on fighting to defend our values, using recreational, so-called recreational drugs as it's being authorized in some countries. This is not progress. This is not how Europe should move forward, and this is not how we want Spain to move forward, neither Europe. We need to tackle the concrete problems that young people are confronted with. What is the heritage that we'll leave for them? What kind of Europe will they inherit from us? We need to think about the future, but let us not forget that outside of our European order, we will be confronted with thousands of people who are going to be born in a number of countries. This is an essential aspect. Artificial intelligence is another important, an obvious element. There are people in our cities, in our countries, who live alone, who are isolated, who have no social contacts with their relatives, with their family, with people surrounding them. So we need to fight to defend these values and say that Madrid is a growing city. It's growing very quickly. We are against totalitarianism. We are against hatred, and that's why we welcome all those who have to flee from nationalism, from war, and from oppression. We are going to vote in Spain an amnesty for people who have committed crimes against the unity of Spain, who have lists of judges they want to target, and they want to come back and unite with Pedro Sanchez. These were people who were against Spain, who have acted against Spain, who were allies of Putin, who were close to the dictatorships like the dictatorships in Venezuela, people who have used European funds badly. These people, all these people will soon be coming back to the Spanish political game, and that's absolutely unacceptable. I would like to insist here and ask the group and all of you not to get associated with these people, not to get associated with Pedro Sanchez. Pedro Sanchez is a person who is capable of comparing certain people in our party with Nazis simply because he wanted to attack them. We cannot accept that. We cannot accept we cannot accept these lies.
For instance, in the Basque country, because they are being accused that they are against Basque values. So let's not give up our principles. Some people today in Spain are busy destroying our country, and these people have no limits. What I'm telling you may seem incredible because we're in Europe, and maybe you think that what I'm telling you doesn't make any sense. Of course, that's the reason why the Partido Popular in Madrid won the elections, because we were able to oppose ourselves to these developments. We went from 3 to 70 seats in only a few years. So we need to be popular, we need to defend the truth, and we need to fight for these values. Thank you.
Of Madrid and Mayor of Madrid, and obviously regional affairs very keenly felt in Spain for obvious reasons. I'd love to come to you, Emil Boc. Thank you very much for your patience in waiting. Cluj, I've always wanted to go to your wonderful city, and one day I promise I will. The transformation of the cities is, as we just heard there from two mayors, is crucial, but it also has to feed into the broader political apparatus, doesn't it, the landscape that we see today. If you're looking at the EPP's manifesto that was obviously unveiled just overnight, do you see your priorities reflected in that?
Vă mulțumesc în primul rând pentru.
Thank you for this invitation. First and foremost, I would like to thank President Weber and the EPP leadership for allowing the regional and local authorities to show that they are part of the great EPP family. We succeeded together, and we will succeed in the future parliamentary elections together. This is why the manifesto we will discuss and vote for is the essence of our party. But I would like to present a wider definition. What is democracy? Democracy is when the people are governing for the people, of the people, and for the people. We should not overlook the "for the people" phrase, because we, the elected ones, as long as we have priority, our endeavor should be to serve our people 24/7. So solving their problems while listening to them should be transposed in action and a vision. In Europe, our main goal is to have a competitive advantage, competitive edge. We should offer our people good quality of life and good jobs and salaries. After the collapse of communism, we understood that we need to have universities as front runners, And with the support of Europe, we created an innovation and research center, one of the best in Eastern Europe, in Cluj. So we rely on Europe's competitivity, market economy, and a clear-cut vision for the future. As long as we have economy with cohesion going hand in hand, we will be winners in Europe. And Europe only with EPP managed to overcome 5 crises and dominate. EPP is the only political force, political power to secure prosperity and security in Europe.
But just briefly, which policies do you think that you've managed to sort of implement in Cluj that you think really people have gained traction with? You know, people have noticed. You were just saying there before, it's not enough to say, oh, you know, we've done this and we will do that, we will do the other. You actually have to show people the difference you've made on the ground, like, for instance, Mayor Trzaskowski's made.
My president mentioned about that our vision to solve the problem of congestion, having the specificity of the city to build up a metro system using the European money. It's a green project, it's European money, and it's showing to the people that Europe are here in every corner of Europe. The second element, freedom of movement is a religion in the European Union. Let's be clear. But at the same time, freedom to stay home and not to be forced to leave your home country, your region, your city due to an economic reason, it's also freedom in Europe.
Yep.
So offering the best condition possible, working on the quality of life, infrastructure with European money, you show that Europe is providing the best possible solution for you.
Thank you very much. And later on throughout the course of our future panels, we're also going to get a chance to talk about turning that brain drain you're referring to into a brain gain.
To brain gain to brain circulation.
Absolutely. I just want to ask briefly the rest of our other panelists, if you can, just tell me in 1 minute or so, starting from you, Mr. Schulze, whether you think your priorities are reflected in the manifesto that we've seen unveiled overnight. Thank you.
Well, you can put a lot of things on paper, and when you look around, what doesn't work, just take a look at the current federal government in Germany. We don't want that. This is not the way you can work for the people and with the people, but we have good ideas also in this manifesto, and there are many, many points that, starting from Brussels, you can break down to the last village in Europe, the most remote, the remotest village in Europe. These are the good ideas of the EPP.
Thank you very much. Rafał Trzaskowski, as Mayor of Warsaw, are your priorities reflected here in this manifesto?
Well, I mean, this is the most important message that we carry on to the European elections, the added value of the European Union. I mean, you cannot bring on investment without Europe. You cannot actually tackle any of the existential problems that we have without the European Union. Because if you look at the questions of security, if you look at the questions of migration, Warsaw welcomed 300,000 Ukrainian refugees. If you're talking about global warming, and how to tackle that in sync with our people so that we actually create jobs. If we talk about competitiveness, all of those things that are reflected in the manifesto cannot be done by countries alone. And in the rise of nationalism, that's exactly what we need to do and need to stress, to actually convince everyone that the European Union brings added value. And if it includes the regional and local authorities through also a bit of direct funding, where we can actually push some of our governments to be even more ambitious, then we are going to arrive at the results that we want and stay true to our values.
Thank you. Professor Tsikostas?
Yes. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate our colleagues who worked on the manifesto. They have done a great job. And let me stress out one point out of the manifesto, which I consider to be of crucial importance, because I'm really happy to see that our political family, the EPP, is defending cohesion policy. Because what is cohesion policy if we think about it? Cohesion policy is not just a word, it's not just an instrument, but it's the multi-year, bottom-up instrument tool of the European Union for sustainable development. And it is the tool that we have if we want to be able to show to the citizens that Europe is not something distant to them. It is something that affects their everyday life every day. And so it is through this instrument that we make the citizens feel on board of the project of the European Union, because they see the works that are being done are through these cohesion funds. And of course, through cohesion, we manage to bring Europe closer to the citizens, because they can see how pragmatic Europe finally is. So, in my opinion, it is very important, and I need to stress this out, to fight in the next couple of years for a stronger cohesion policy. And again, it is the only way that we will close the gap between urban and rural areas. It is the only way to stop the division between first and second class citizens. And this is the kind of Europe that people expect from us, and this is the kind of EPP values that people want to see from us. So, as the #1 political family in Europe today, having the power and being strong among mayors and governors all over Europe, we are the ones who can showcase the importance not only of cohesion, but of the European Union in their lives. And that's what we do every day on the ground, being the link between Europe and the citizens.
And I know you've been quite vocal on the subject of first and second class citizens and that issue in the EU, so thank you very much for addressing that also in your response to this manifesto. President Gebrovits, would you agree? What other priorities are important for you that are reflected in this manifesto?
I don't like to read all this book. You can find it in the surrounding. It is our leaflet with our input into the manifesto, and I'm more than happy and I'm very proud that we were successful, that all parties took our ideas on board. But what I would like to only only one idea. It is the implementation of territorial impact assessment. I know that it is very technical, but being very clear, we need to check if something is, when we building the new legislation in Europe, if something is applicable, is feasible in every region in our Europe. Because, for example, taking just one example, about the forestry, for example. We wanted to, in the Nature Restoration Act, put all forestry in the same box. So how to put the forestry in the north region of North Sweden with, for example, our friend Juanma Andalusia? It is completely impossible. So firstly, before every implementation, just to avoid any protest, we need to implement some kind of technical check, if it is possible on the ground. And it is my main message. So once again, I would like to thank you, and I would like to encourage you to visit our stands on the first floor from our regions and our cities to see how we can implement in the smart way some projects on the ground which improve the lives of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one just final word for you, Isabella Ayuso. Just quickly, the document, the manifesto, does it deliver for you?
Solamente decir que evidentemente.
I would just say that, of course, nothing is perfect. But I think that there are cities that are working that can allow for greater prosperity and freedom. Those ideas have existed for decades. And these are the ideas that feed into the EPP manifesto as well. Now, of course, I think that later we'll need to take account of the peculiarities of each country, but this shared project is useful. We have experienced years of prosperity thanks to our parents and grandparents. Now we need to think about future generations. We want to leave them a plan, a worthwhile plan. Life is not easy. It might become more austere, more complicated in the years to come. And that's certainly going to be the case in some parts of the world where things are already difficult. But let's try to fight and
leave something behind for these future generations.
I have a chance to discuss some of those issues in our future panels. I would like to thank all of our guests who have been joining us, 3 mayors of European Union cities and also presidents of regions, EPP group presidents and representatives on committees that are vital to how the EU works, and also Minister as well for Saxony-Anhalt. Thank you all for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. It's time for our second panel addressing one of those crucial values that are represented inside the EPP's manifesto, which obviously many of you in the room will now have had a chance to familiarize yourself with, and that is the concept of security here. So we're going to be talking over the next 45 minutes about the main issue of the day, defense. 2 years old last month, the war in Ukraine, of course, has sharpened the focus on Europe's plans for security like no other event since possibly World War II, which is, of course, a seminal event that underpins the EU's unity in terms of achieving prosperity, yes, but also, crucially, peace. I would like to invite to the floor our panelists. We have 3 of them who are in crucial roles representing the EPP. Davor Stier, the chairman of the EPP group in the Parliamentary Assembly inside the Council of Europe. Please welcome to the stage, sir. Thank you very much. We also have Vilja Aleknaite Abrahimi-Kene, who will be joining us on stage as well. She is the chairwoman of the EPP group at the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Madam, thank you very much for joining us. And last but not least, Andreas Kubilius, who's the chairman of the EPP group at Euronest's Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you very much, sir. Please take your seats. Well, as we just heard there, events in Ukraine have taken a difficult toll, so let's start out, I suppose, by addressing that. Security, Davor Stier, let me start with you. Security is possibly the issue that is at the forefront of any European Union citizens' minds. It's probably going to be the top thing that they're thinking of when they go to the polls in just a few months' time for the parliamentary elections. Would you agree with that?
Yes, of course. I think that security is now the issue. Probably you will be thinking why the Council of Europe is talking also about security. You know that the core business of the Council of Europe is the promotion of democracy, human rights, the rule of law. But I would argue that this is not less but more important in these moments of geopolitical tensions. Because, yes, we are witnessing a war of aggression that Russia is waging against Ukraine. But at the same time, we have also an ideological battle of autocracies against our European democracies. And to win that battle, you need to win the hearts and minds of people. And of course, in the Council of Europe, we don't have the military might of NATO or the political economic cloud of the European Union, but we are strong on values, on promoting democracy, and to do so as EPP, inspired by Christian humanism. And I think this is unique, and we need to be very open in saying that this is our way of leading Europe, of also looking at the security of our citizens by being strong on our values, promoting democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as we have done at the Reykjavik summit last year.
Well, obviously, the Council of Europe is the oldest European political organization, and your membership extends way beyond the 27 members of the European Union's member states. as you were pointing out before, you have the ability to exert pressure on making sure that those shared values, democracy, rule of law, human rights are upheld. How can you continue to do that?
Well, I think that you're right. The Council of Europe has 46 members, so it's larger than the European Union. And it's a good platform for dialogue. The Assembly in particular, I will give you an example. Kosovo is not a member yet of the Council of Europe. It has applied. But in the Assembly, we have invited the members of Kosovo's parliament to take part. We know that this is facilitating the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. We know it's not an easy one, but we are convinced that this is the way for them to secure a European perspective of cooperation for both countries. And also, in that way, we are reducing the tensions and the conflicts that will be exploited by those who would like to destabilize Europe. So by promoting dialogue, we are also making Europe more secure.
I suppose what I'm getting at here is obviously that Russia's membership was suspended back in 2022 with the invasion of Ukraine and then eventually terminated. What sort of levers do you have now in an age of rising autocracy and impunity to continue to exert pressure, for instance, on Russia?
You know that the Council of Europe, we in the Parliamentary Assembly, decided to expel the Russian Federation. So dialogue, as I said before, of course it has a value, but it has to be substantial. You cannot have dialogue with someone who is threatening your European freedoms in that way. That would be only an alibi for inaction. So we expel the Russian Federation. But this is not enough. What we have done so far, and with the leadership of the EPP, I will not now bother you with all the resolutions, but I can assure you it has been with the leadership of our EPP group, with our colleagues, that we put forward the idea of creating a special tribunal on aggression. And now you have a core group of like-minded countries that are dealing with that. We came up with the idea of a register of damages that the Russian Federation had caused to the Ukraine. Our colleague Emanuele Zingeris will explain later in a resolution his idea of a register also for those who are cheating on the sanctions. And we are now going and preparing the next step, and that is a mechanism of compensation, so a claims committee, so that we can compensate victims. This is important not only for justice, this is also a deterrence for future aggressions. This is the way that we are saying to those autocrats, if you are going to threat our democratic values, our democratic freedoms, Europe will respond and you will be punished.
Obviously, the backdrop of all of this is now another time of renewed security concerns with a belligerent neighbour to the east, but the origins of the OEC obviously lie in the times of the sort of détente in the 1970s at the height of the Cold War. How do you, given what we've just heard there from de Vos-Stier, how do you try and make sure you can keep that sense of energy and optimism going at a time when obviously there are question marks over what levers the EU institutions can do to try and prevent this impunity in behavior?
If I could add to your definition of optimism, Parliamentary Assembly of the OEC is the child of optimism, of this best time for Europe, 1990, when the Cold War went to the end, when states of Central and Eastern Europe became free, and of course everybody was believing that history has come to an end.
Yeah.
But Russia, despite of this optimism, was starting wars in recent decades, every few years. And each time Russia perhaps was proving how far it can go. And you know that each time after each war, Europeans were continuing business as usual. And I think it was the reason why Russia has behaved like it did. Even after Crimea's annexation, in our assembly, maybe not so much, but in the OEC governmental side, politicians used such expressions like conflict around Ukraine, conflict within Ukraine. You know, I'm proud that my body, Parliamentary Assembly, always was using more precise words about the real situation. But now you are absolutely right that my hope is the European Union. I think that European Union has always played a crucial role in the OSCE's work because enlargement gave power, enlargement gave optimism to the OSCE, and as our group, EPP, and like-minded group consists of the countries of the European Union, candidate countries, Eastern Europe, we feel ourselves responsible, not only for Europeans, but we are looking, for example, at the Central Asia. What will be the future of this region? We are having good relations with transatlantic partners. I'm looking for hope, with hope to the Congress of the United States. I think they understand who is the main enemy of Kremlin and whom Kremlin dreams to crack down. Yeah. So European Union's strength is very essential, and I have a good news for the world. Because Europeans have strong leaders. Europeans have to, somebody they can call to. Do you remember Putin once made his ironical remark that whom I have to call to Europe, yes? We have such a leader. This is Ursula von der Leyen, and this is a good news for Europeans. Europe will revive its military capabilities, military industry, and capabilities to defend itself, to help Ukrainians in all their needs. So I think European role is growing and will grow in the future.
We're obviously fresh off the back of Super Tuesday and the presidential election race really heating up in the United States. Donald Trump has made some very difficult to swallow comments about the relevancy of NATO on the campaign trail and beyond. You were talking about how Europe is going to be ready to defend itself alone. I mean, how is the policy rethink going to adapt to a changing United States this year?
I think that United States is a democratic country, and I'm sure that citizens of United States understand that if Ukraine will not win, it will have consequences not only for Europeans, but for the United States also. And the only one thing I'd like to see and hear, I'd like American politicians from all parties, both sides, to explain it to their electors. And not only to be involved in some internal matters, electoral fights and so on, but to look to the picture around, because we see that these conflicts are multiplying, and behind each conflict around the world there are those who don't like America. They want America to be weak, and you know, we are main partners of our transatlantic friends, and I wish to the United States all the best, and to maintain its strength, and to be, how to say, real and timely supporter of Ukraine in its battle against autocracy and against Kremlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas Kubilius. Thank you very much for waiting. I want to ask you about enlargement, because obviously you referred to that. Both of our two previous speakers just now have referred to that. Obviously, we're talking about Ukraine and Moldova now. In December, there was a big decision to usher them onto the path of EU membership. Euronest obviously works crucially with those Eastern partnerships. How do you envisage this process? How can you keep the momentum going?
Well, first of all, I would say that we need to see a holistic picture when we are talking about security, which demands from us to have a very clear plan how we can rebuild or build in general sustainable peace on the European continent. And then we need to see that the biggest threat to sustainable peace on the European continent is Russia. Aggressive Russia, authoritarian Russia, kleptocratic Russia. I can continue now. Then Eastern Partnership countries are most important countries to resolve and to build this sustainable peace on the European continent, because they are in between of European Union and Russia. And the European Union here can play most important role. When we are talking about security, sometimes we are looking only into NATO. But the European Union here really is of the same significance and of the same value. And that is why we need to have long-term, comprehensive, plan how we can build sustainable peace on the European continent. And it should consist of two major parts. One is military victory of Ukraine, which demands our support. We presented, resolution, and we shall discuss, resolution what we call EU plan for the victory of Ukraine. Unfortunately, EU support and the Western support to Ukrainian military victory is, for time being, too low, despite the fact that we are, EU and United States, if you combine our economical power, we're 25 times stronger than Russia. But last year, we mobilized only 0.1% of our economy to assist Ukraine in a military way. It's not enough. We need to be much more ambitious and more serious, I would say. Second, of course, besides military victory, is integration of Eastern Partnership countries. First of all, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova to European Union, and Ukraine and Moldova and Ukraine and Georgia to NATO. Those are, again, instruments of the same significance, because Europe should stay without gray zones of insecurity, which was till now, till this war started 2 years ago. That was one of the reasons why Russia decided that they have some kind of right to start this war against the countries which were left by us in this gray zone. So I am absolutely sure that on this integration path, quite soon we shall see also European integration path. Quite soon we shall see also Armenia, and democratic Belarus will follow also. Why it's important? Because both Ukrainian victory and this enlargement of EU or integration of those countries towards EU will open the window of opportunity for big and deep transformations both in Belarus and Russia. And only when we see the whole European continent without such an aggressive and authoritarian countries like Russia is today, we shall have this basis for sustainable peace on the European continent. So that is why what we need to have in mind, we need to have in mind this long-term ambitious plan how we can transform eastern part of the European continent through Ukrainian military victory, through enlargement of EU, through enlargement of NATO, in order to have sustainable peace on the European continent.
Just briefly, how can the EPP in particular channel that message through your organization?
Well, EPP was always leading force, for security on the European continent. And if you will look into Manifesto, here are very clear, messages what is needed to be done, starting from defense union, commissioner on defense and things like that. What we are looking for, and that is perhaps will be the outcome of this Congress, what we call, EU plan for the victory of Ukraine. Really, we need to come out with some kind of, different military assistance system to Ukraine, because for time being, if we shall stay with the same level of military assistance, then really victory will not come as soon as we would like to see it. So those are our major messages which we are bringing to European Parliament from EPP, Congress, and that is where we are trying to convince all others, to follow the same way, and that is where our leadership is able to build much broader coalitions in order really to have this sustainable peace realization on the European continent.
Thank you very much, Andreas Kubilius, Chairman of the EPP Group at Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. I'd also like to thank our other guests, Vilja Aleknaite-Abrami-Kene, who is the Chairwoman of the EPP Group at the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, and last but not least, Davos Stier, Chairman of the EPP Group in the Parliamentary Assembly at the Council of Europe. Thank you so much for tackling this knotty topic of defence on such an important day. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us for our next panel, which will be tackling the subject of intergenerational solidarity. It's time to look to the future, not so much outside of the EU's borders, but also inside the bloc itself. The EU, of course, isn't immune to the demographic challenges that are affecting all Western countries. All governments these days are having to grapple with how to respond to changing electoral priorities as populations age, and young and older voters seem to want quite different things and need quite different things, I should also say. It's with that demographic change that we also see questions of wealth distribution, job security concerns that the young care a lot about, but also how to cater for aging populations who want to remain in work for longer, who want to engage in lifelong learning. I'd like to introduce the next panel of guests. We have representatives from generations who are more experienced, generations who haven't yet embarked upon their careers but are starting their political careers. So without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage Beppe Galea, who is the president of the EDS. Please take your seat. Thank you, sir. And also Anne Hermans, who's president of the ESU. Hello. Lydia Pereira, who is the president of the YEPP, so the Young EPP members, and Mikulas Zuringa, who is president of the Wilfred Martins Centre. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us on stage.
I did first.
Please, thank you very much, Lydia Pereira. Hello, Mr. Zuringa. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Wonderful to see we have all generations, and I think I'm sort of stuck somewhere in the middle age-wise between two of our guests and two others of our guests. And we have a wealth of experience here on stage with former prime ministers of EU countries. Let's start out with you, though, Beppe Galea. I suppose you might be the youngest person on this panel, so why not give you the floor first? Your organisation, the ESU, represents over 1 million students across 35 countries, and I think it's 40 organisations. You yourself are something like 27 years old and still studying marketing. What do the young people of today, who are going to be casting their ballots for the first time in 2 or 3 months, what do they want?
First of all, thank you for hosting this panel and inviting us from all walks of life and also representing the EPP family. I am also honored to be part of the EPP family, and I am proud to be leading a delegation of 50 students from all over Europe here at the EPP Congress. I come from Malta, the smallest country of the European Union. The primary issues that resonate in Malta are also echoed across the European Union. Notably the sustainability, environmental sustainability, and the affordability of housing. We recognize the urgent need to protect our green environment and green spaces and to promote sustainability in development. This commitment to environmental stewardship inherently calls for a shift in the construction industry. We need to see eco-friendly building and also eco-planning in this kind of environment where development is key. However, we must also address the stark reality of the housing market. Across Europe, young people are finding it increasingly challenging either to buy or to rent accommodation close to their campuses in cities across the European Union. One might ask, what about social housing or grants to first-time buyers? We must ensure that such schemes are administered in the right way, in a fair and equitable way. Taking Malta again as an example, social housing is often riddled with clientelism or corruption in many cases. In light of these challenges, it is imperative that we work together to find innovative and effective solutions. We must advocate for policies which are not only protecting the environment, but also ensuring that young Europeans have access to affordable housing. It is a balance that we must take into account, also listen to the students' values and also take action on these challenges.
Thank you very much. Let's contrast that view with yours, Anne Hermans. I was reading a report a number of years ago that you wrote called Stealing the Future, I think it was, a few years ago, and you called for a new intergenerational pact. That report was a number of years ago, but I presume we need an intergenerational pact even more nowadays, right? What would that look like?
When you listen to the first intervention, and I listened to it from the point of view of seniors, of course, we see immediately that seniors and young people, they have other needs and they live in another environment and in another way. But I think we need to take the time to listen to each other. And therefore, I am very, very glad that also in the manifesto we have taken time and also room for holding generations together. That is the point. That is the point. Intergenerational solidarity is really a building block of the European social model. We have to work on it and we have to construct it. And then we'll see that we are not stealing each other's future. No, we can look together to the future and we can construct a common future, and that we need to do, I think. Now, I am at this moment almost 10 years President of the European Seniors Union, and when I think about it, I can't believe that it's also already 10 years, but I am very grateful and also very humble that I had the chance to listen to so many people from my generation, from all over Europe, who really have fight for Europe, fight for the values to build Europe, and we are proud of. Also today, we are proud of. Also when there are other needs and other possibilities, I think that it's really worth to listen to the older generation to build together a common future.
Well, Miklas Zuringa, I remember you when you were, you're now obviously the president of the Wilfred Martin Center, but you were the leader of Slovakia at a crucial time of EU enlargement, when there was so much promise, but it was so transformative for people in your country and neighboring countries. A lot of those citizens are now, they're in middle age, essentially, right? They're 10, 15 years older. How do you continue to sell that promise of EU membership as something that's so transformative for young people like Beppe here?
Well, everything is about motivation. When I was under 30, I was dreaming to run my marathon under 3 hours. Now, when approaching my 70s, I am dreaming again to win my age category, 70 plus.
You still run?
Yeah, absolutely. So the question, everything is about motivation, and the question, where should one to look for an inspiration? When I was under 30, I wanted to serve my children, my family, but also local community in which I lived. Later on, I wanted to serve my nation, my country, to join the others, as you mentioned 20 years ago. And I strongly believe that also in these days, we all can serve our Europe, our common house, and everyone can contribute. Young people with quality education, with technological skills, with dynamism. Older people, we can contribute with our experience. But we face so many and so difficult challenges in these days that I am pretty sure that the source for inspiration and the space for individual engagement has never been bigger and greater than in these times.
Lydia, thank you very much. Lydia Pereira, you're young, you're a member of the European Parliament, you're here representing the young EPP members as well. You're very accomplished, but if people are looking at you and they're looking at what does the European Parliament do for me as a young voter, and they might be going to the polls in a couple of months' time and have the first chance to vote for an MEP, what's your pitch to them as somebody who's young?
Well, do you know that if all the young Europeans would vote, we would manage to elect half of the European Parliament? That would be my message to them. We have the power to shape our future, and the youth certainly does not like to be downgraded. We want to be considered. We want to be decision makers. We don't want to sit and wave only for the political campaigns. As me, there's other young politicians that are members of the YEP board, and they are now in positions to be elected in the next European elections. And this is how we drive Europe forward. We need to promote an institutional and a political renewal of the people that make politics today. And this is not bringing a battle between generations. Quite the opposite. One of the proposals that YEP has for the next European elections is exactly to establish a committee for the future in the European Parliament. Let's try to assess the impact assessment of the public policies that we decide in the European Parliament across generations. We don't have those data. We are permanently speaking about raising debt, but who is going to pay that debt? Are going to be the younger generations that are still probably in their early days of their lives. So the same goes with climate change. What is the impact of the climate policies that we decide today and the consequences they produce in the future generations? This is something that we need to bring forward, to promote this institutional renewal, to equip the institutions for the future, and to address the several challenges that we have ahead of us. If we look back 100 years ago, we would not talk about climate change. And today is one of our top priorities. Perhaps we would talk about wars, and again we have a war at the gates of Europe, but we also have multiple crises happening in the world. So how do we prepare ourselves for that, and how do we secure for the younger generations? And that is crucial, and one of my final messages that I would give for younger voters is this one: you better start worrying, you better start caring, you better start voting. Because if we don't vote, we might have populists that do not believe in Europe to be sitting in the European Parliament, moving back all the achievements that were possible in the last decades.
So essentially, crucially, and I want to ask you this, and Hermans as well, when young people don't feel that they have a say or that they're able to get an economic stake, then they start saying less, including at the polls, right? How do you think the older generation views that dynamic?
like I said, there are different accents. But I think that the differences are not so big that we can't find bridges. And when we see the need and the expressions of young people, there is also a different feeling. When you say young people don't go to vote, it's also because the whole complexity of politics and the distance between where they live in and the decision makers. They feel, maybe you can say, I can explain it all. Yes, we can explain it all, but we have to look, it's already an old aim to find better ways to explain how that politics work and what we can do. But I think that we can be nearer to each other. And when you say how look older people to the climate problems and so on, I think that people of my generation and older generation, that there are a lot of habits that they did normally at home, so separating and cleanings and reuse of products and so on. But then the last 10, 20 years, we have thrown away a lot of valuable things. And I think that it must be possible to come closer to each other, to understand each other better.
Beppe Gelle, when you look at the manifesto that was unveiled overnight, obviously Europe finds itself in quite a different dynamic at the moment with security concerns, cost of living concerns. How do you think the different generations prioritize those, and is it reflected in the manifesto from your point of view as a young person who's embarking on your political career?
Yes, first of all, I thank Anna and Miklas, who in their career and over the different roles that they took up, they always listened to young people, and they are also committed to promote ourselves and be part of the different organizations that we were in. And something which is close to my heart in politics is that of being of service. And we in EDS, I as chairman in EDS, I represent organizations which are excelling in academia, students which are in universities, but also students who had to make a pause on their studies and are on the front line in Ukraine. We have an organization from Ukraine which always brings us experiences from the front line and the hardships that they were undergoing, and we are committed to helping them and supporting them in every thing that they will need in the coming months. EDS is committed to that as much as the whole EPP family is also committed to Ukraine.
Thank you. Miklas, during a lifelong learning to keep people like you, not just running marathons, but to also keep, them in meaningful employment, which, as we know, has massive health benefits at a time when obviously aging societies are facing big healthcare bills and so on and so forth. What do you think the policy answer needs to be in terms of sort of making sure that we don't have ageist societies, if you like, that we can have that economic cohabitation with opportunities for the young as well as new opportunities as people age?
Yes, that's a fundamental question. We in the Martin Center, we do our own original research, and then we try to present the results of this research not only to politicians but also to a wider public. Responding to your question, I would illustrate our contribution on a 27-wide study on the middle class concerns in the light of the major European challenges, such as immigration or COVID-19 pandemic, or the Russia's war against Ukraine, or high inflation. And it is fascinating that we had a chance to present this study at the Catholic University Leuven for young people to understand also the difficulties of older generations and the middle class, which should serve also to these elderly people. It was a good decision because we did it last July during the Summer Academy for young people in close cooperation with the European Senior Union. And it was a good decision because young generation, young people, and the pensioners or seniors are the most vulnerable and endangered segments of our societies. So we do a lot of activities in this respect. I can also demonstrate the other study, which is entitled 7 Ds. We identified 7 areas in which we need an action in the EU. That decarbonization, defense, democracy, but also demography, the risking globalization, and digitalization. So we want to contribute also for this very sensitive topic, how to mitigate maybe potential tension between young generation and seniors.
Yeah, and to make sure that one group doesn't feel shut out of the other, whether it's wealth or digitization on various ends of the age spectrum. Lydia, I want to give you the opportunity to have a final say on this subject. I believe you hail from Portugal, is that right? Full disclosure, my husband's Portuguese, as you've probably been able to guess. And for instance, your home country is a country that's undergoing massive generational changes, as some other countries are as well. Your thoughts on how to sort of reprogram the thinking in terms of distribution to access to the right types of education, the right types of skills, jobs and investment to make sure that you don't have a brain drain, like for instance Portugal is one of those countries that really has faced that.
Have a substantial...
Yeah, but to turn that into a brain gain, if you like.
Yeah, well, first of all, we are in the right place to deliver solutions because the EPP is the party of generations, is the party of grandchildren, of parents, of grandparents. So we've been the party that delivers credible agenda for the difficulties that Europe has been facing over the years. And this is one of them, demographic change and demographic winter. This is particularly relevant in countries as Portugal. Portugal is one of the most aged countries in the European Union. And one of the problems that we have to address, and this is not rocket science, we need economic growth. We need economic growth to be able to pay better salaries. We need economic growth to be able to pay decent pensions for our pensioners.
And access to the labour market for younger workers on the right type of contract.
We have to make sure that still younger people have access to the labour market. It seems complicated, but I think we need to undergo in a set of reforms that adapt our social structures or our social security, for example, for this new reality. But the fundamental element here is economic growth. And for years, we haven't been talking about economic growth. We know that Europe is a place of prosperity. But for many reasons, and one of them, my generation has been particularly affected by crisis. We had 3 crises or 4 crises in less than 10 or 12 years. So how do we move from a time of crisis to a time that probably will still have crisis, but needs to adapt to the new circumstance of this demographic challenge? And for me, among other things, economic growth is crucial, innovation is crucial, and sitting on the front row for technology, for artificial intelligence, will be key to drive the transformations that our globe, that our planet is ongoing.
Lydia Pereira, thank you very much for that. So that's Lydia Pereira there, the President of YEP, which represents the young EPP members. Nicholas Zuringa, thank you very much for joining us from the Wilfred Martin Centre. We also had Beppe Galea there from the EDS, where you're President, and last but not least, Anne Hermans. Madam, thank you very much for joining us, President of the European Seniors Union. Thank you to all of our panellists today.
Sorry. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. And it's now time, I believe, for our final panel of this particular block. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us. We're going to be talking about the backdrop to what we just discussed now, which is, of course, prosperity and how to ensure that. We're going to be tackling that subject of the economy and when it will start to gain some momentum. Obviously, Europe has been rocked by so many different crises. We just heard Lydia Pereira refer to some of them. One of them, of course, is COVID over the last few years, then an energy price spike, which has been caused, obviously, by the onset of war in Ukraine 2 years ago, not to mention curtailed trade, thanks to the problems that the Middle East is facing these days, and attacks on ships traversing the Red Sea. The economy is getting back on its feet. According to the European Commission's latest winter forecast, it is set to grow this year, but only sort of anemically. And although the labour market has been holding up steady, to some economists' surprises, they've said inflation has come right down from sky-high levels. Food price inflation and energy inflation still remains something that needs to be tackled. So let's bring in our panel of guests. Ivan Stefanik, who's the president of SME Europe. Please join us on stage, sir. Denis Radko is the president of the EU CDW. Thank you very much. Greet you. Hello. And also Rosalia Biro, who is the president of EPP Women. Hello. Guten Tag. Thanks so much. Hi. Hello. Thank you, madam. Please sit. Let's start. Ivan, thank you very much. Let's start with you from the small and medium-sized enterprises perspective. We keep hearing that obviously businesses need a clear economic trajectory to make big investments, and it's sort of a chicken and egg scenario we face at the moment, isn't it, where the economy is stuttering back into life. Some knotty economic problems, yes, have been tackled in a quick speed, but when it comes to investment to get those long-term jobs, what do you think is going to unlock it, given the current economic prospects?
I believe that we have to unlock this potential of SMEs because Europe is based on the success of small and medium entrepreneurs. They create more than 100 million jobs. They create more than half of our domestic product in Europe. And I'm happy to recognize that we, our family, EPP family, we are the party of SMEs. We do support SMEs. So if we talk about right policies, how to go ahead, how to unlock this potential, I do believe that we have to talk about 3 levels. First one is just to reduce bureaucracy, because many SMEs, they complain about bureaucracy a lot. So we have to tackle bureaucracy. Secondly, we have to improve the access to capital and other financial sources. And thirdly, we have to support our SMEs in the area of education. They need more skills, because current situation is that they have new ideas. Maybe they have also some sources, but they do not have enough qualified people. So how to go ahead in terms of tackling this bureaucracy? I think that our manifesto is a very good one, because we have established there the principle not only 1 in, 1 out, but 1 in and 2 out. That's first time ever. And nobody has done it. So only EPP is going ahead with this objective. And also, we are talking about reducing by 1/3 regulatory burden, which is very ambitious target, but very, very useful one. And last but not least, we are talking about so-called competitiveness check. So if we go ahead with some new EU policy, we have to have a look if it improves competitiveness or if it is against competitiveness. Talking about our initiatives, so in terms of access to financial sources, we have to complete banking, capital union. We have on the table also late payment directive and some good initiatives. And last but not least, these skills. We have to talk particularly about digital skills, how to work with artificial intelligence and new techniques.
Denis Radko, inflation has come down, as I was saying before. There's still some concerns over, energy prices, food prices. But for your average person saying, well, look, job security, the labour market has sort of held up a lot better here than in places, other parts of the world. But when they're looking at job security and the types of jobs they want, what do you think can change that dynamic and give it a bit more spring?
I'm going to answer in German.
Bitte.
Thank you. Well, if you look at the past 2 years, the inflation crisis, the energy crisis, food prices, you mentioned dramatic developments in many places, and the social crisis that we see in many places, particularly in my home country, Germany, is no longer a crisis that is limited to the bottom 10%, to people who work for a minimum wage or slightly more. This social crisis now affects also the middle classes. And if you take Germany as an example, you see the difference between a socialist government and the answers that the EPP is imagining to this crisis. In Germany, we distributed lots of money, spreading it around, with the result that I also got the 300 euro single payment myself. And you need to ask, in such a crisis, in such a situation, you cannot simply say that everybody should get something, but the money that you have needs to be used to those people who really need it, to support those people who actually need support. And European MEPs are not part of that.
On how to sort of rejig the job market. Obviously, this is in the forefront of people's minds when they go to the polls, isn't it? Would you say it's their top priority in the upcoming European parliamentary elections?
At the elections in the Netherlands, we've seen that 2 issues have decided these elections. The first one was migration, and the second one was the cost of living. These were the 2 top topics in the Netherlands, the 2 top issues. These issues have not disappeared. On the contrary, even if the inflation rate is going down, it doesn't tell us anything about the price level. Prices are going up less quickly, but we're not at the same price level as before the crisis. So the situation in the pocket and the wallet of many people who work hard and have difficulty paying for this is still a disaster, and therefore it will remain one of the top topics also in Europe.
The economy, as you're saying, sometimes second to that. Just quickly, I just want to pick up with you, Ivan. Obviously, you need a robust labour force, don't you? If you're a small to medium-sized enterprise, you need the right type of labour regulation if you're a small firm to make sure you're not swamped. But on the other hand, you need people, whether it's people coming to countries who are skilled migrants, you need them with the right skills, don't you? I know you addressed this earlier, but I just want to ask, how big a rethink do you think the labour market across parts of the EU needs to deal with the industrial revolution in AI?
This is really the challenge, and each country tries to tackle this challenge differently. Some of them, they try to solve it purely by migration, which is, from my perspective, only short-term solution. But our long-term right solution is to have a right family policy. We have to understand that also that more than 50% of small businesses, they are family businesses. So we have to support family, not only as the social, but as economical unit. And we have to support family businesses, which is the place where they teach not only for responsibility, but also for new skills. So I'm a believer in family and family businesses, and it can also tackle this issue. On top of that, I think we have to change our educational system to educate much more for entrepreneurship and more for skills for future. Because currently we have the situation that more people who are at schools, they will work in future in different professions than what for which they are prepared.
And a prestigious job now, that might be, say, for the state.
Right.
In some countries, now that's a completely different dynamic, where you have experienced entrepreneurs in the media and on the international stage who are an icon, young people can look up to, if they can get access to the capital, though.
If they have access to capital, access to capital, of course, that's another challenge. We do not have still capital union. So therefore, that's the reason that many people, even with good ideas, they leave for US or even for Asia. We have to build and we have to finalize capital market. We have to simplify also banking loans, because our bankings are sometimes too careful and they refuse to finance many good ideas. And last but not least, we have to simplify also the access access to the European sources, because we have to provide more capital and more European money for research and development. We are tracking behind in our R&D spendings in comparison with US and China. So we have to support much more research and development, and it's also very connected with digital skills and with skills generally.
Rosalia Biro, I was waiting to come to you last for a specific reason, because you were talking about family enterprises and the role of family businesses in this enormous network of small to medium-sized enterprises that underpins the European economy. But crucial to families is also recognizing that many women are working mothers as well. Full disclosure, I'm a working mother myself. I'm very aware of the acute pressures of childcare that's not always forthcoming in some countries. Cultural expectations are different. What policies do you think we need in the workplace across the EU, across all of the countries, that can engineer a system where we have more respect inside the workplace for women's roles, and also more unlock that economic value-added and intellectual capital that women bring?
Hello, it is a very interesting question and full of challenges. Of course, I'm here to represent the women organization point of view, and based on my experience, I will say that what we discuss inside of EPP Women is also these challenges what you mentioned. But based on the fact that the European People's Party Manifesto, we see many points and principles regarding family policies, regarding supporting families, regarding good jobs, regarding equality between women and men. Based on this, and put near this the women vision regarding the equality in the labor market, I think that next year's will give results in this domain. First of all, we need very family-friendly policies and focus on the families. Because if we look at the figures, and I totally agree about what you said, that it is necessary to have an education which is more focused on entrepreneurship. In our days, around 30% of the enterprises are founded by female or led by women, and 70% by men. And a survey shows us that indeed the obstacles or the limits what the women feel when they want to start a business, they are maybe a little bit more pressure than for a man. And I think that
why is that? Is that because they can't get access to capital? People don't believe in them. They don't believe in themselves.
First of all, it is the mentality. The mentality in which we find that if you are not home with your children, with your family, then maybe you are not a good mother. So this is one of the pressure. The second is the possibility to invest capital is a little bit better, a little bit harder for women than for men. In the other hand, that maybe we don't have enough self-confidence to say that yes, I can do it this. But I will mention what Claudia Goldin, the Nobel Prize economist, said, that we will have indeed equality between women and men when inside of couple we will have equality. So if
the concept being that sexism can sometimes be in the home as much as the workplace, is that's the point you're making? Please, Dennis.
Yes, I would like to pick up this point, because the compatibility of family and job, that's a very central issue, and that's why we as the EPP, we have this topic of care strategy in this period. We pushed this during this period. The Commission President also picked up the ball Because if you look at the situation in many European member states, both in terms of care for the elderly and care for the children, we have huge gaps that are an obstacle to the work for both parents. And that's why we have occupied this topic, not because we want to take the competence away from the member states, but because the European dimension in terms of care is huge. We have our former health minister from Germany, Jens Spahn, who can confirm this in the care sector. It's a highly European topic. Most institutions could be closed if we didn't have internal migration in Europe.
You making that point there, that we often talk about caring for children as though it's only a female responsibility, but it is a responsibility for both in couples. And Ivan, I just want to ask you just one final thought on what Rosalia was just saying there before about how, you know, we have this situation where, as I was saying before, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation where women sometimes feel impeded from being ambitious in their careers because culturally they're kind of held back. What do you think that small to medium-sized enterprises can do themselves to be a bit more proactive to unlock the female intellectual capital in the workplace? Because let's face it, everywhere around the world, girls are doing better at university. Why should they be stymied by the fact that they're providing the next generation?
I think there are more aspects regarding answering this question. First one is education and kind of changing culture, mental setup that even women can be very successful and respected entrepreneurs. And we have many examples. So we need also to share such kind of good experiences and good practices where women are successful. Secondly, we need a legislative framework in order to support women to be entrepreneurs. So it means that we need more, let's say, flexible labor code. We need also social infrastructure for that, for children. So, and also we need right tax policy for that in order to support also entrepreneurship and particularly to support women. I think situation is quite changing when I follow this issue, and I'm a big supporter for women to make businesses. Situation is changing, and we can see it in different fields of businesses, how they are successful. And my experience from my entrepreneurship is that the best company is that one with mixed, let's say, mixed employment. So not only men, not only female, but when they are together, everybody can bring respective own ideas, and at the end it works much better.
And I'm very glad that you said that, because it is an opportunity for us to remind everybody that President Ursula von der Leyen, in fact, created the first gender-neutral college of commissioners. I remember covering the press conference when that was unveiled and was delighted to see it. It's a huge step forward in terms of gender balancing the institutions and setting forth an example.
May I add one aspect that we didn't talk about it? Around 5 hours per day is the time what women use for day job in domestic work, to educate children, to care the elder member of the family, and so on. If we evaluated this work, then we can say that $7.7 trillion per year is the value of this work. We don't talk about this. The example what you mentioned with Madam President, it was indeed a very good example to underline that it is possible, it is exist will, but the will is not enough to come from down to up. It's have to come from up to down.
That's a very good point. Thank you very much. Rosalia Biro, thank you for your points of view. Denis Radke as well, and Ivan Stefanik. Thank you to our panelists for joining us on stage today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Danke. Vielen Dank. Thank you. Thank you. And I believe now we will have a little bit of a change of set. And we will soon be hearing from the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė, and later on, after that, we'll also be hearing from various opposition parties affiliated to the EPP and also other like-minded party leaders from outside of the EU. Just to sum up, for those of you delegates who've been coming in and out of the room over the last hour or so, tuning in and out of these various panels, we've had the opportunity with various representatives of the EPP, a political family, to discuss those big issues that are reflected inside the EPP's manifesto, from security and defence to prosperity, how to create prosperity and how to keep the economy and try and get it fired up, how to create jobs and distribute the right type of education and wealth for the different generations. We heard from representatives of students' unions linked to the EPP family and also members of seniors' unions as well about what exactly they need. And last but not least, we also had the chance to talk about how to keep the wheels of the economy turning also through the private sector as well, how to unlock that crucial female capital too. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė, to the stage to make her speech. Prime Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear members of our political and geopolitical family, dear fellow Europeans, it is my great pleasure, honor and responsibility to address you here in Bucharest in the times of unprecedented challenges. We, Europeans, are currently facing the biggest geopolitical threats and dangers to our security, our way of life, the democratic principles and values since the Second World War. At the moment, we have a huge privilege not to stand in the first front lines under rain of bullets, bombs and missiles, and not to lie down in the first rows of trenches. This privilege is brought to us by heroic sacrifices of Ukrainians, both military and civilian, men and women, children and elderly ones. Please allow me to briefly quote and paraphrase the great historian Timothy Snyder, who is compelled, unfortunately, to write about the horrors of today, not some distant past. Ukrainians have shown that a genocide can be halted with the right kind of help. When we cut off that help, we enable genocide to proceed. This is not only a horror in itself, but a precedent. The resistance of Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainian civil society is holding back every form of modern catastrophe. Ukrainian blood has bought for us a future that we ourselves did not think we had. After 2 years, too many of us take this for granted. But if we decide not to help Ukrainians, disorder will ensure and prosperity will collapse. So how we address this challenge and existential threat will not only defy the European security for foreseeable future, but I'm sure global security as well. There is no coincidence that dictators and autocrats all over the globe, from Belarus to Iran and North Korea, are closely watching and analyzing our actions, decisiveness and solidarity, or sometimes lack of both. They are not only making adjustment to their own strategies and future aggressive plans, but already cooperating very intensively and helping and empowering Putin's regime to continue aggression and occupation, torture, war crimes, genocide against Ukrainians. Partners in crime are weaponizing energy, information, food, even elections inside our democracies. After they killed their opponents at home and put civic activists in jails, they are trying to destroy the trust of our democratic systems, to impose polarization, the sense of vulnerability, or at least confusion. But we shall not be afraid. Putin's Russia is not as strong and powerful as Soviet Union was, which, by the way, eventually also collapsed. Just one simple statistical fact. Combined Nordic-Baltic GDP is higher than Russia's in nominal terms. And again, it's only Nordic-Baltic 8, not EU 27 or G7's economic or potential or political power combined. We can and should help Ukraine win this war, because it is our war too. This war is against us, against all the values we believe in, from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea, from Mediterranean to Caspian, from Atlantic to Indo-Pacific. We should all double down our efforts. Winning formula is not some kind of mysterious holy grail or kind of rocket science. Formula of victory is rather clear. More and faster military support for Ukraine, more and faster economic support, accountability for the Putin's and Lukashenko's regime's crimes. Let's make aggressors pay. Let's move further and faster with stronger sanctions. There should be no taboos for military weapons and systems, no taboos for military support for Ukraine, no self-imposed red lines anymore. Dictators are good in sprint, in mobilizing their resources, but bad at marathons and longer-term fight. Democracies are slow at the beginning, but have a unique ability to learn from mistakes and reinvent itself on the go. If we want a durable peace on the European continent, if we want to save EU as the unique geopolitical peace project, we can do it only by strength. Peace through strength, not appeasement. Peace through Ukrainian victory, not some sort of Minsk-free. Peace through integration of Ukraine to NATO and EU alongside Moldova, Western Balkans and South Caucasus, alongside democratic and European Belarus. We in the Baltics, or at least in Lithuania and in our Conservative Party, sometimes look into past and long for Churchill's, Adenauer's, Reagan's, or at least George Kennan's. However, I'm more than sure that with Manfred, Roberta, Ursula, Donald, and other great colleagues, we have a great leadership that is up for the task to lead winning Europe. Europe that is strong, prosperous, enlarging, innovative, able to defend itself and other democracies, able to win elections, but more importantly, geopolitical victories. Victory for Europe, victory for EPP. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingrita Šimonytė, the Prime Minister of Lithuania, for that speech. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Georgi Baramidze, the former Vice Prime Minister of Georgia and also the Political Secretary of the United National Movement, to present a letter to Congress from the imprisoned third President of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, who was invited and should have been with us today, but for obvious reasons is unable to do that. Georgi.
Dear President Weber, distinguished guests of the Congress, I am addressing you again from the Georgian prison to thank the EPP and true political family for steadfastly safeguarding the values that make Europe so special and what defines us all Europeans. For what my country, Georgia, is striving to return to its European roots. This year will be crucial in deciding the fate of much of Europe in many ways. Whether we fall back to authoritarianism and see another Iron Curtain in Europe, or we make the very idea of Europe whole, free, and a just peace prevail. This is possible only when Ukraine, under the leadership of modern Churchill, President Zelensky, wins this war. There is no time for hesitation or complacency. It is time for leadership until unity, courage, and determination. Dear EPP family, Putin considers me his personal enemy. Above all, because of my role in steering Georgia and in large part Ukraine in the European direction. Putin wants me dead, like Alexei Navalny, to whom he compared me on several occasions. In such a situation, your solidarity matters a lot to me and millions of the sympathizers in Georgia and Ukraine. Today, Georgia is run by mafia-style oligarch Ivanishvili like his personal kingdom. But he will be defeated like oligarch Plakhatnyuk in Moldova by heroic President Maia Sandu. I hail the leadership of President Weber, leading to our political family with strength and dignity in such a challenging times. This time, my address, voiced by ongoing President Donald Tusk, ended with my belief in freedom. Well, my belief remains stronger than ever. Finally, dear delegates, my dear friends, I thank you from the bottom of my heart and from not leaving the friends behind. Wishing you successful Congress and then victorious elections in June. Mikhail Saakashvili, third President of Georgia, Chairman of the Ukraine's National Reform Council, proud Georgian and proud Ukrainian. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Georgi Baramadze, thank you very much for that. We now welcome to the stage for a series of speeches by opposition leaders and like-minded EPP parties from outside the European Union. Our first speaker is the leader of the democratically elected opposition in Belarus, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya.
Dear Secretary General, dear President, dear Congress, you know, I feel that I'm among friends today, and I came here today to say thank you. For many years, the European People's Party has been a driving force that supported Belarusian democracy in the European Parliament and beyond. You became our voice, our support, but also our hope. Hope that Belarus will finally get rid of brutal tyranny, will get out of Russian claws, and will become part of the European Union. The fight for democracy is difficult, and to win this fight, we need champions. And many of these champions are in this room today. We need champions like Roberta Metsola, whom I met before she took such an important role. What a leader was my first impression, and she inspired me to continue my fight, and I remember her words, "We are strong because we are women." Thank you. We need champions like Manfred Weber or Ursula von der Leyen. Immediately after Lukashenko hijacked the Ryanair flight, you issued the devastating sanctions package on the regime and pledged the €3 billion package for Belarus after democratic changes. Thank you. We need leaders like Ingrida Šimonytė, like Gabrielius Landsbergis or Radek Sikorski. Lithuania and Poland have opened their doors to thousands of Belarusians fleeing the repressions, provided visa, safe refuge, and demonstrated creativity in fighting dictators. And when you fight dictators, you have to be creative. Thank you. We need champions like Maia Sandu, Antonia Tajani, or Urmas Reinsalu, people who are ready and brave enough to make non-conventional decisions in such non-conventional times. Urmas, who was Estonian foreign minister, organized a hearing on Belarus in the UN Security Council. Thank you. You know, sometimes we joke that Belarus has its own mafia in the European Parliament, and most of its members are from EPP. Andrius Kubilius, Rasa Yuknevichenia, Andrzej Halicki, Sandra Kalniete, and many, many others. Thank you for distinguishing between Belarusian people and Belarusian regime. Thank you for reminding to the world about our political prisoners. Thank you. And of course, I would like to thank every one of you here today for your efforts to support us. Belarusians will never forget your support and solidarity. And as you enter the electoral campaign for the European Parliament, I call each of you in this room to be champions of democracy, to be advocates for all those who risk their lives and their freedom in the name of values we all here stand for. I ask you to include Ukraine and Belarus in your electoral programs. I also ask you to provide Ukraine with everything it needs. Many Belarusians also fight for Ukrainian freedom as we speak now. Many of them gave their lives for Ukraine, because we understand that it's not just their war, it is our common war. I ask you to stand with those who fight for free Belarus. Changes in Belarus might bring Ukraine's victory faster and will become a huge blow to Putin. And don't forget, dictators cannot be appeased. Dictators cannot be re-educated. They can only be fought. So this is high time for democracies to show its teeth. Dear friends, the road to freedom may still be long, but with allies like EPP, I'm confident that we can make our dream come true. Thank you for standing with Belarus. Thank you for championing our European dream. Slava Ukraini! Живи Беларусь! Long live Europe!
We now welcome to the stage Petro Poroshenko, the leader of the opposition of Ukraine.
Bună ziua și mulțumesc, vă rog, stimați prieteni, pentru voastră hospitalitate. My dear friends, this is exactly a great honor, great responsibility, and a great pleasure to be here among the members of our family who do a decisive step to make Europe stronger, to bring the peace, and to save Ukraine. My words of the appreciation and my gratitude is to the President Ursula von der Leyen for initiative of the 50 billion package for Ukraine, for the candidate status for Ukraine, for Moldova, for the stimulus for the reform and for the last initiative, for the defensive steps for Europe. And for the all European commissioners, starting from the Valdis Dombrovskis and finishing with all our members, including Commissioner Hahn. My warmest appreciation is to the President Metsola. It also included the last resolution of the European Parliament supporting Ukraine on the unprecedented level. Every single word is extremely important and give for us a lot of optimism. Thank you. My words of appreciation is to the President Manfred Weber for keeping us together and for strengthening the unity. This is extremely important. That would be a crucial year for the European election is ahead of us. And this year, 2024, must be the year of EPP success, undoubtedly. The year when more Europe, not less. The year of united Europe, not isolated. And this is everything about EPP. First fundamental priority for Europe is sustainable security situation through our joint victory. There is not any separate victory for Ukraine, separate victory for any European Union member states, or separate union for the whole democratic world. This is all one victory. And there is no another way. And I said that our joint message should be, we don't trust Putin. We don't afraid Putin. And definitely we will win. We definitely need to support Ukraine as long as it takes for victory. First, definitely, this is a military assistance. And for that, we have a three magic word. Word number one, ammunition. Ammunition produced in the European Union or delivered throughout the world, from the world. This is save us. Word number two, this is the jet fighter coalition for return control on Ukrainian airspace. Not only F-16, but European-produced jet fighter. And magic word number three, this is long-range missile, including Taurus. This is not against Crimean breach only. This has helped Ukrainian army to destroy all ammunition and to help our soldiers to win for our joint victory. And I salute the EPP initiative on the EU plan for the victory of Ukraine, and thank you that you include all our proposals from our party European Solidarity, from Ukrainian delegation and from Ukrainian people. This is our joint product. And I think that the strengthening sanction regime is also the only our way how we can stop Putin's attempt to finance the war, to close the loophole. And I definitely want to say that we should use for that the frozen Russian assets. No matter how we do that, but we should do it right now and immediately. Either through using him as a guarantee for borrow money to Ukraine, and all this money should go now to Ukrainian military support. Second, strengthening the Europe's resilience through the reform, political, democratic, military, economic resilience, common democratic values, unity and solidarity, commitment to protect Union against external threats. EU must remain a watchdog for secure, free and democratic Ukraine. And the last resolution of European Parliament exactly demonstrates that. Thank you very much indeed from the Parliament of Ukraine and from the people of Ukraine. To all members of European Parliament in this hall, thank you. Third priority is enlarge EU, a stronger EU. I believe that EU enlargement policy is the best policy for Europe and the key to peace, stability and security for good. And the gate which open for Ukraine, for Moldova, we definitely should cooperate together on that. And we must be ambitious and encourage all the relevant parties to make our accession possible by the next EU election, 2029. This is the very hard work for the next 5 years. Dear friends, it is Ukraine that our fight is for stronger and secure Europe is ongoing. Stand with Ukraine. Fight with us till our victory. Eternal glory to all Ukrainian heroes for the war of our independence, democracy, freedom, free Europe and rule-based world order. Glory to Ukraine и слава Україні!
We now welcome to the stage Lumir Abdijciku, the opposition leader of Kosovo.
dear members of presidency, dear prime ministers, presidents, leaders of our political family, we have gathered here in Bucharest for this EPP Congress at a very crucial time for the future of all of us. Europe continues to be in the midst of a continental war, pitting a wild aggressor by struggling but brave Ukraine, which has been fighting a war for its existence for more than 2 years now. We, LDK and people of Kosovo, have stood by Ukraine. We, LDK and people of Kosovo, have aligned ourselves with a nation supporting this country at war. For Ukrainians are fighting for the freedom of all of us and the preservation of the international order, which has stood all of us in good stead. I belong to the lost European generation that had witnessed war and faced a similar struggle, hope and joy as well, quarter of a century ago. In the late 90s, while Milosevic Serbia waged the war of aggression against Kosovo in a bid to ethnically cleanse our people and wipe our homeland off the map, Western democracies stood by us. We, together, prevailed. Milosevic failed. Let us look forward to the day Putin fails too, and Ukraine prevails, so that we can live in a Europe whole and free. Ever since then, we have anchored Kosovo in the world of Western values. Our nation has been a shining example of democratic development, a great beneficiary of this order. My generation is building this country proudly, as a testament for the past, as a quest for the future, for the dreams we had should become reality for our own children. Yet, this engagement of ours, quarter of a century after the war, is still fought, regretfully I must say, unchangeably by our neighbor Serbia. At our doorstep remains a country whose appetite is to sabotage our nation, question our own existence, seek our submission. In doing so, it supports, promotes, and shields terrorists. This, unfortunately, remains still the battle of my generation. Western Balkans today needs, however, a fight for Europe, for protecting the same values that we should share, for creating a sustainable future for generations that deserve peace, stability, and more than anything else, an equal place among European nations. Western Balkans and Europe as a whole needs to fight for open democracy, the one that we believe, the one that will be put to test in a few months' time when elections are held for European Parliament. Our political family, EPP, needs to emerge victorious again for all of us to be able to say the Europe will hold. Populism, right or left, is danger to this goal. Populism, right and left, should not prevail. And when we win, and we will win, the time should come for the European Union to embrace Kosovo more fully, recognizing the strides we have made towards democracy, rule of law, and economic development. Our journey has been a significant, yet our commitment to European integration has remained always resolute. And here I raise our call to those few countries that haven't recognized Kosovo to do so. Your support is crucial, not only for affirmation of my country, but also for the advancement of stability, peace, and prosperity in the whole Western Balkan region. As we look towards the future, let us not forget the lessons of the past. The European project was built on the ashes of conflict, with a vision of a continent where peace prevails and nations thrive together. Kosovo's aspirations align with this vision, and our inclusion in the European family would mark a significant step towards realizing a Europe that is whole and at peace. I avail myself of the opportunity to conclude this remark by saying that EPP has been a guardian of democratic Europe and LDK has been a guardian of democratic Kosovo. Let's stay the course. Together we can. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all. Thank you.
We will now hear from Ervin Ibrahimovic, who's the opposition leader in Montenegro.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, distinguished members, it's a great pleasure to be among friends. I convey to you cordial and friendly greetings from the Bosnian Party from Montenegro. I'm here to give our full support to all our friends who belong to this great family in the upcoming elections. The elections for the European Parliament, which will be held in June this year, are coming at the most delicate political moment in the recent history of the EU. Europe and the whole world are facing difficult challenges in the field of security, economy, extremist policies, climate change, and the collapse on the fundamental values on which the EU rests. We are witnessing the suffering of innocent people across the globe. I believe that every single one of us cannot be indifferent to be anguish on the helpless women and children. We send a strong message from this honorable place that our thoughts and prayers are with all of the innocent victims of war, and that the peace in the world has no alternative. We believe that the aggression of the Russians in the Ukraine is a warning to all of us, especially in the Western Balkans, that we must speed up the process of joining the European Union. The strengthening of European processes and Western orientation reduce to the influence of the other ideologies that can destabilize the region. Only united we can responsibly respond to the upcoming challenges. This is precisely why the EU must come out of this election strong and united, fully committed to the defense of the values on which it has been based since its foundation. The EU must ensure the values and have the strength to promote them beyond the borders of the EU after the elections. I think that the EU can only be strong if it is led by the EPP as the pivot of everything that the EU symbolizes. In addition, the EPP as a family can provide the best base of leadership indispensable for the EU to overcome the challenges it is facing, resulting in the best path in a stronger, more unique and more ready way. With this in mind, I believe that the EU must pay significant attention to the enlargement policy in the upcoming period. First of all, by strongly encouraging the reforms in the countries that are in the process of joining the EU and by showing them a clear European perspective. This is necessary in order to strengthen its global position and prevent expansion from the influence of some other global players who promote opposite values to those of the EU. Additionally, Europe can never be complete without the Western Balkans, which historically and culturally belong to Europe. I believe that Montenegro, one of the countries that should be the most obvious example of what I said before, is a country capable of implementing reforms and adopting to the EU. Furthermore, a country that has been attacked by those other global players and that the EU has freed from that embrace and that zone of influence and ultimately strengthened its position on southeast wing. Montenegro could be a success story which would send a strong signal to all countries in the region, encouraging the acceleration of European integration. Finally, I would like to use this opportunity to give full support to all EPP members for the upcoming election and to our dear Ursula von der Leyen for another term at the head of the European Commission. I wish you luck and great success. I am absolutely sure that we will achieve it together and that the EPP will be the key political player in the next mandate, which will benefit to every EU citizen and as well as the citizen of EU candidate country. Good luck and thank you for attention.
We now welcome to the stage Christian Mikoski, the opposition leader of North Macedonia.
Dear President Weber, esteemed presidents, prime ministers, party leaders, honored delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and deep respect that I stand before you today at the EPP Congress in this historical city of Bucharest. In an era marked by unparalleled challenges, from the passing threats of climate change to the complexities of migration and the resurgence of global security, concerns unity emerges as our strongest shield. The manner in which we confront these societal challenges will define the future of our continent and the legacy we leave for the generations to follow. VMRO-DPMNE is deeply rooted in the conviction that unity and shared values are our most significant assets. In this sense, our commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law is unwavering. In a year poised for historical elections across Europe and within my own nation, VMRO-DPMNE pledged to encourage economic growth and stability. We aim to champion policies that stimulate innovation, strengthen small and medium-sized enterprises, and create opportunities for the Macedonian youth. We believe a dynamic economy is the foundation of flourishing society. Our commitment extends beyond economic measures. We are devoted to enriching the societal fabric of our nation. We envision a society that fosters inclusivity, where every individual is valued and has the opportunity to shape our shared destiny. This vision entails bridging disparities, guaranteeing equitable access to quality education and healthcare, and championing justice and good governance. A pivotal component of our vision for Europe is a renewed commitment to the Western Balkans. This region, steeped in a cultural richness, is essential for the continent's security, stability, and prosperity. Greater EU engagement in the Western Balkans goes beyond simple expansion. It's about ensuring peace, stimulating economical development, and bolstering democratic institutions. I am personally convinced that the European Union must intensify its efforts to integrate these nations, providing a clear, merit-based path to EU membership. I must also address the unfair constraints my nation has encountered on its path to the European Union. The dynamic between Bulgaria and Macedonia have introduced unwarranted hurdles that have negatively impacted our journey towards EU accession. While we are committed to resolving these issues through our dialogue and mutual respect, it is imperative to acknowledge that this process requires reciprocity. As fellow European nations, it is vital that we engage with each other justly, recognizing that our shared future in the EU is mutually beneficial and interconnected. The European Union represents a beacon of hope for many. It is our shared duty to ensure that this beacon shines equally upon all aspiring members, guiding and supporting them throughout the sometimes difficult reforms necessary for integration. This Congress should remind us of our collective responsibility to nurture Europe that is inclusive, just and celebrates diversity. A Europe that extends a warm welcome to all nations prepared to join the family, grounded in the principles of democracy, respect, and the rule of law. In closing, I express my profound gratitude to our hosts and to each of you for your unwavering commitment to our common cause. The road ahead might present challenges, but with unity, determination, and shared vision, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Thank you very much and enjoy in Bucharest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now halfway through the speeches by opposition leaders, and we will also be hearing from leaders of countries as well. I thank you very much for observing the silence and taking your seats. I would like to call to the floor Borjana Cristu, who's the chair of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Esteemed President of the European Commission, dear Ursula, esteemed fellow President of the European Parliament, Ms. Metsola, esteemed President of the European People's Party, Mr. Weber, Presidents of member parties and members of the European People's Party, allow me to warmly greet all of you and sincerely thank you for all the support towards the progress and European path of my homeland, Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is evidenced by numerous bilateral meetings that we have held with both fellow prime ministers and ministers from your countries. Of course, in the current context, I would like to especially underline the recent visit we have had from the President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, with prime ministers, and among these prime ministers, I would like to underline and mention Mr. Andrej Plenković as a true friend and advocate of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its European path. This support encouraged us and motivated us even more through our executive power, and during 66 sessions of the Council of Ministers, we discussed and adopted more than 2,000 different documents, of which we have forwarded 13 draft laws to the parliamentary procedure. Most of these laws are marked as EU laws. We have also adopted a very important law, the law on the prevention of money laundering and financing of terrorism. And at this point, we are working on fulfilling other criteria that we have to meet and that have to do with other important laws, like the law on the prevention of conflict of interest at the level of the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I want to highlight that we have adopted a number of different strategies, rule books and decisions that improve the rule of law and the fight against corruption and crime. I also want to underline that in 2023, we achieved 100% alignment of our foreign and security policy with the foreign and security policy of the European Union, which was also recognized by the European Commission in their report on Bosnia and Herzegovina for the year 2023. Likewise, I want to highlight some certain special decisions that have to do with our European path. It's the integration plan of Bosnia and Herzegovina into the European Union and the economic reforms program. We have also finalized all decisions to implement the new EU growth plan for the Western Balkans countries. In early February, we officially started negotiations to conclude an agreement with the EU Agency for Border and Coast Guard, Frontex. All of this was the result of dialogue and agreement or consensus among political representatives in government institutions, on the basis of which the Council of Ministers operates and on which I have personally worked diligently. Respecting the constitution of our country, the policy of compromise that we have pursued has shown that Bosnia and Herzegovina can and should move towards full membership in the European Union. And this path is a guarantee of the survival, security, and European future of Bosnia and Herzegovina as a state of three equal constituent peoples and all other citizens. What represents a crucial political issue in our country is the reform of the constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the election law, which should eliminate discrimination against the Croatian constituent people in terms of electing legitimate political representatives in institutions of power provided for by the Constitution to protect the vital national interest of constituent peoples, namely the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Houses of Peoples, as well as to eliminate discrimination in terms of candidacy for individuals who are not members of any constituent peoples, as stated in the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. This is an obligation for all of us that would ease tensions and bring a new impetus to work faster on fulfilling reform obligations and on implementing socio-economic measures. At this point, as I have said, we expect a significant decision on the opening of negotiations with the European Union. From here, I want to say that I believe that this Congress of the largest political family in the European Union will, through its representatives in the institutions of the European Union, send messages of strength, unity, and support in this historic moment for us. I am equally convinced that the European People's Party will remain, after the elections in June, the strongest political group in the European Union. Thank you for your attention. Thank you once again for all the support and assistance provided by you. We shall continue to work diligently on observing the values and principles that the European Union is based on. Thank you.
We'll now hear.
Sada ćemo čuti gospodina Giancarla Venturinija iz San Marina.
Signor Presidente.
Mr. President, Manfred Weber, Mr. Thanasis Kakolas, dear friends of the EPP, it is a privilege for me and a great pleasure be here and to participate to 24th Congress of the EPP in this very important juncture in time for the future of our political family in Europe. As the Secretary General of the Social Democratic Party of San Marino, I'd like to confirm our support to the political action of the EPP in Europe. We are a small state, and the Republica of San Marino has been always a custodian and a guardian of the liberties of its own citizens, and we have always shown a respect for our own statutes and for our Christian roots, which is in fact the identity of Europe. We identify ourselves in these ideals, in these values that are at the core of Europe's identity. It's important to have a unity in Europe, to have a solidarity in Europe. We need now peace also for our Ukrainian friends. Now we need to keep on writing the history in our time, in our countries, also for those who will come after us. And in this regard, in the Republica of San Marino, in a few months, the Great Council will see the elections, the new elections. It's equivalent of our own parliament. And we are therefore preparing ourselves for our elections, and the citizens of the Republic of San Marino will have to choose whether to elect us again or not. So it is very important to follow the elections around. It is very important to to aim at winning the European elections. And what concerns the Republic of San Marino, it has struck an agreement with the European Union just last year. It's a cooperation agreement. I'd like to thank all of the people that have accompanied us along this process to reinforce further the European Union for our own small republic. It's a historic opportunity to have this cooperation agreement. We wait for what we call the technical times to ratify and sign the next legislation of our own parliament. The Great Council will have to implement the cooperation agreement with the European Union on all levels, even the very concrete, practical, operational level. So, on behalf of our own republic, of all the citizens of the Republic of San Marino, we ask you to flank us further again. The Republic of San Marino is a member of the EPP since 1993. We have been working these past years for having, as a party, the associate member status. I hope this Congress will approve the resolution that will be presented by President Weber in order for our own small presence to be even more significant than before. In my name and in the name of my party, the PDCS, I'd like to thank Mrs. von der Leyen that has worked with great professionality all these years. And of course, I wish you all a great Congress, and I wish this wish EPP to have an even greater success story in the future. And I'd like to thank specifically and especially Mr. Manfred Weber and the Secretary Karkolas, that allowed us to the Republic of San Marino to confirm the strong link that we have with you and with Europe. Thank you, and have a great Congress.
We now welcome to the stage Viola Amherd, who is the President of Switzerland.
Ja, sehr geehrte colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as
representative of Switzerland, a country in the center of Europe. I'm pleased to speak to you here today. As you all are aware, Switzerland is deeply concerned by current developments, and we share your view. The geopolitical situation is more tense than it has been for decades. Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its consequences will occupy us for years to come. Switzerland is decisive and will continue to engage itself for security in Europe in future too. In our security strategy, we follow two objectives in order to contribute to security on the European continent: bolstering our defence capabilities and bolstering international cooperation. As a non-allied land, Switzerland still wishes to work together for mutual benefit. With a clear political majority, Switzerland decided to increase its defence budget by nearly 50% by 2025. We also have the Patriot system, and we're participating in the European Sky Shield initiative. We would also like to have more involvement in the European Defence Agency and PESCO projects. When it comes to Ukraine, Switzerland follows all of the EU sanctions, and we are providing humanitarian assistance. We are involved in mine clearance. We've provided €1 billion for reconstruction, and we are involved in the Recovery Conference. Currently, we are organizing a high-level peace conference for Ukraine at Ukraine's express request. We've received many positive responses from you. We want to prepare for a fair peace based on international law with the involvement of non-European countries too. Our collective commitment and the commitment of the EPP for Ukraine to bolster our ability to defend ourselves and to bolster international cooperation should provide our contribution to security in Europe. Long live democracy, long live the EPP. Thank you.
And we'd like to call to the stage Maya Sandu, the President of Moldova, as well, soon. But apologies, Maya Sandu will not be joining us. She will be. President Sandu, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address this distinguished EPP forum. And thank you, Partido Nacional Liberal and EPP President Manfred Weber for hosting us today. We have gathered here at a momentous turning point. Freedom and liberal democracy in all of Europe is under grave assault. Russia's unprovoked, rapacious aggression against Ukraine seeks to return the international arena to its old, cynical geopolitical playbook. We all have no doubt that, despite the challenges, a community of democracies which deeply value individual freedoms, human rights, competitive elections, and open society is the best foundation for a more just, peaceful, and prosperous world. Today, more than ever, we need courage, leadership, and unity of purpose to protect free societies and repel aggression against all of us. History has shown that aggression will not go away if we turn away. Aggression always returns unless it is stopped much uglier with more outrageous designs. Now is not the time for narrow self-interest. Now is the time to be generous. Now is the time to be idealistic. Now is the time to stand up for what we all truly believe in: democracy, the freedom of choice, peace. Ladies and gentlemen, in Ukraine, Europe's security is on the line. It is not a time for doubt. Ukraine needs full support from all three European nations. There is no task more urgent than supporting Ukraine and securing peace. Next door to Ukraine is Moldova. What happens in Ukraine will shape Moldova's future for decades to come. Russia wants to carve Moldova into its sphere of influence without regard for human rights, freedom of speech or assembly, with no free elections. Russia believes that it does not need to ask smaller countries like us what we really want. To Russia, the people of Moldova have no say in their geopolitical designs. We are seen as lines on the map. But the Moldovan people have chosen a different path. Today, Moldova is not on the table as Russia desired. Instead, Moldova is at the table. Our people have made a sovereign and conscious choice not to be forcefully consigned by Russia's sphere of influence again. It is our firm choice to live free in democracy, not under oppression and fear. Today, more than ever, we need your firm and credible support for this choice. Dear friends in the EPP has always been the strongest, most committed, most reliable supporter of Moldova's European integration. You supported us in the past in our fight against oligarchy, state capture and corruption. Today, in the face of aggression, we count on you on our journey into the European Union. I appreciate the leadership and the support we received from Ursula von der Leyen, Roberta Metsola, and many friends here. Dear friends in EPP, never has been our common responsibility and leadership in Europe more important than in times of crisis. Together, we shall rise to the challenge. Together, we shall build a larger, stronger union. United, we stand.
Thank you very much, Maia Sandu, the President of Moldova. And apologies there. For a moment I was told that the order had changed. But I'm so delighted to say that we've been able to hear from leaders of countries from within the EPP political grouping, and also opposition leaders as well, and members outside of the European Union. It is time now for me to hand over to your EPP Secretary General, Thanasis Bakoulas, and the Vice President, Andrei Halicki, who will be presenting the vote on resolutions and also on statutory changes.
Dear delegates, dear friends, it is my honor to address you here in Bucharest, Romania. Up there? Okay. Thank you, Vice President Halicki, for showing me the way. Appreciate it. Vice President, thank you as well. Dear delegates, dear friends, it's my honor to address you here in Bucharest, Romania. I am pleased to announce that we have received a total of 6 resolutions for your consideration. Among these, 3 are classified as ordinary resolutions, while the remaining 3 are emergency resolutions. Following the presentation of these resolutions, we will proceed to a vote on statutory changes. This will be presented by myself as well as EPP Vice President Andrei Halicki. The first of our ordinary resolutions addresses the passing of legislation using Russia's foreign assets. This resolution has been jointly submitted by Top09 and Isama. Before we move forward, I would like to clarify the speaking procedure. We will allow a maximum of 5 individuals to make interventions on each resolution, and each intervention will be limited to 1 minute to ensure a balanced and efficient discussion. Once all interventions are finished, we will proceed with the voting phase. With that said, I would like now to give the floor to European Parliament member Andrei Kolar, who will present the resolution on behalf of Top09 and Isama. Andrei, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Solving technical issues is always a challenge. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago we have entered into the 3rd year of war, 3rd year of unbelievable atrocities committed by a terrorist regime which does not hesitate to cross any red lines, 3rd year of Ukrainian resistance and Western support. We have come up with 13 sanction packages targeted at the Russian war machine, but there are still instruments which we haven't used yet. The aim of this proposal, of this resolution, is to encourage us to take further steps to weaken Russian influence in Europe and to find new ways and tools how to help Ukraine. The Czech President Petr Pavel said yesterday that there should be no limits regarding possibilities in the support of Ukraine that is fighting against the Russian aggression. I ask you not to limit ourselves and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrei. We now proceed to the interventions. Draft resolution number 1 has two people have signed up. First from Isama, Urmas Reinsalu. Here, please.
Dear fellow Europeans, we need to act, and we have not done enough. There are 300 billion euros worth of frozen Russian assets. And as President Poroshenko called, it should be immediately used to support militarily Ukraine to win this war. And so I call the Congress to support this resolution. And there is a lot of hesitance, a lot of fear that how we can do it. Would it be a breach of international law? No, it will be a development addition to international law, and humanity should prevail, not business interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second speaker, Rafi Huamisyan from Heritage Armenia.
Thank you, Secretary General. Self-congratulation, I suppose, is a part of conventions and resolutions and manifestos. But I must comment today on the following. We see in the resolution, which is to be supported, of course, a reference to a brave, bold decision to rid ourselves of reliance on a single source of gas, Russian gas. One wonders why we would want to limit the reach and the responsibility of European values and standards. We gloss over the fact that the new partners, or among the new partners for the gas, include in our own neighborhood dictatorships and regimes which over the last several months and years, Azerbaijan and by extension Turkey, have instituted campaigns of ethnic cleansing, hold duly elected leaders as prisoners of war, continue to erase any single vestige of Christian heritage, of Christian democracy, whether in Armenia or Nagorno-Karabakh, and are an occupation of swaths of sovereign territory. Hopefully, in supporting this resolution, we'll find in the future the capacity and the will for the EPP and the European Union to apply the standards equally and evenly. Geopolitics are not an end unto themselves, but they should be based on European standards, values, and benchmarks. Thank you for your kindness.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you very much. No more speakers on draft resolution number 1. We go to a vote. Dear delegates, those in favor, please raise. Those against? Abstentions? The resolution has been adopted. Thank you very much. The second ordinary resolution is entitled Resolution on the Defense of the Rule of Law in the European Union. This resolution has been tabled by EPP Vice President Esteban González Pons on behalf of Partido Popular. Mr. Vice President, would you present?
Dear colleagues, rule of law is at the heart of the European Union. In the past, we used to believe that no one will question this principle, maybe outside of the Union, but never inside. But the case is that now the rule of law is being attacked from inside and outside. The enemies of rule of law inside of the EU look like Democrats, talk like Democrats, even sound like Democrats, but they are not. They use the tools of our democratic societies to occupy, corrupt, and dismantle our democratic institutions. And we have a common obligation: never give up. When we don't give up, when we speak out loud and fight democratically, we win, as our colleagues from Civic Platform in Poland won last election. They never gave up. They never turned their back to the Polish society. And because they never gave up, they are back again. The rule of law is back again in Poland. Poland is back again in Europe. And today, the place where the rule of law is in danger is Spain. The independence of the judiciary, the occupation of all the state and public institutions, hostile actions against critical journalists, that is what is happening in my country. And now a huge corruption scandal that is escalating to the highest offices of government is happening. This corruption scandal is about a massive fraud against public funds, about EU public funds. It's about a minister that helps to steal money while the Spaniards were dying in the pandemic. And it's about a prime minister that is now at the center of the scandal for being in a conflict of interest quantified in more than 600 million euros. And of course, there is the amnesty law that you have heard about it, that trades pardon for votes. We need your help. We need to modernize our instruments to fight in favor of rule of law. We need a new European semester for rule of law, and we need to reinforce the European Public Prosecutor's Office. Let me finish in my own language, in the language of my heart. Let me tell you in Spanish, Queridas amigas y queridos amigos de todos los países de Europa, los españoles necesitamos vuestra ayuda. Europa no puede mirar hacia otra parte mientras un gobierno.
Europe cannot look the other way. Europe cannot see how a corrupt government pursues and denounces and attacks judges by freeing themselves of certain crimes they have committed themselves. So we're asking this Congress and all the countries of the European Union represented here to do for the Spanish people what the Spanish government is incapable of doing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To intervene, two have signed up. First, our Vice President, Andrei Halicki.
Thank you very much. I would like to add only one sentence from Polish perspective. There is nothing more important than protection of rule of law. If you have the violence on constitution, we have to react. If you have violence on freedom of speech, of the democratic rules, we have to react. And as you know, we had victory in Poland because we've been loud. So we have to react loudly. And there is one message to Mr. President, to our Spanish colleagues: the punishment is only a question of time. The people will react, and you will see during the elections. All the best to you, and we have to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And now, for the second intervention, our Vice President, Paolo Rangel.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. I would like only to stress about the rule of law in Spain one point, one dimension. In the agreement between the socialist Spanish government and Junts from Catalonia, in this agreement, they have foreseen that an investigation committee from Parliament can assess the activity of judges, can judge judges. This is the worst violation of separation of powers that in my life as constitutional law professor I have ever seen. If this is not a breach of rule of law, nothing is a breach of rule of law. So we should vote for this resolution.
Thank you, Vice President. We go to a vote. Those in favor? Those against? Abstentions? The resolution has been adopted. Thank you very much. Please let us proceed with the third ordinary resolution titled Rural Mobility, Fostering European Agriculture Competitiveness and Improving Demography and the Vitality of Rural Areas. This resolution has been tabled by EPP Vice President Dubravka-Šuica, European Commissioner Adina Vălean, and Vice Chair of the EPP Group, Dolores Montserrat, to the EPP Congress here in Bucharest. To present the resolution, our Vice President Dubravka-Šuica.
Thank you, Secretary General. It is my pleasure to present this motion for resolution, also on behalf of my colleagues, Commissioner Adina Vălean and EPP Group Vice President Dolores Montserrat. With it, we want to underline that as European People's Party, we care about all our people, no matter where they live. We need to make rural areas more attractive places to live in, more attractive areas to stay and to come back to. Facilitating rural mobility and infrastructure, making agriculture more resilient will make a huge difference. This resolution aligns perfectly with our manifesto. It confirms and addresses the continuing demographic trends and commits us as EPP to promote investment in rural mobility and connectivity to push forward the local economy. We all know that in many rural areas all over Europe, they are confronted with depopulation, with brain drain, with diminishing services. Some of our citizens feel disillusioned and they sometimes feel alienated and left behind. With this resolution, we want to show that we believe that this negative trends can be reversed. By increasing investments in rural connectivity, in better mobility, and in improved services, we can make rural areas attractive again, also for young people. We are aiming in particular at improving medical services, financial services like bank office and childcare facilities. So we can do this through activating the great potential of rural areas to be real hubs for the development, testing, and deployment of sustainable and innovative mobility solutions. This too can attract younger generations to rural areas. And also by implementing innovative technologies such as automated services, autonomous driving, and shared mobility options. This will have a positive impact on the mobility opportunities for rural people and therefore also on the local economy. Let us build on our manifesto. This push for greater rural mobility will be heard by many across Europe. I'm confident many of you will agree and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you. We have 3 speakers listed for interventions. To begin, Commissioner Vălean.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dubravka, for introducing our resolution. On my behalf, I would say that through this resolution, EPP places itself as a party who is focusing on rural development and for those who are choosing this area to live their lives and to make personal development. And mobility for rural area is extremely important because it connects it with the region, with the cities, with urban hubs, so on and so forth, and allows them to be connected and get access to services and education, health, so on and so forth. And also it will allow businesses to settle into the rural area. I have witnessed firsthand as a transportation commissioner, we had so many projects for urban mobility, successful projects, and I do believe that now it is the time to focus also on the rural area connectivity and mobility. So I wish everyone will support the resolution. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention. Second intervention from Dolores Montserrat.
Thank you. Thank you to the 2 commissioners. Our commitment to the rural areas, it's not linked the opportunities of elections. It is commitment that goes from January to December, means always. We vindicate our commitment to rural areas as the backbone of our societies and a fundamental pillar of our economies. And we have to ensure vitality in rural communities to fight against depopulation. Rural areas are leaders, among other things, in agriculture and fishing. They guarantee food security. We have to reduce isolation rural areas, and we have to support their growth and competitiveness. Lack of transport infrastructure hinders access to essential services as health and education, and is a barrier to economic growth. So we have to increase investment in research and innovation to improve mobility and connectivity. We believe in a Europe that thanks farmers for the work they do and to the fishers. And we believe in a Europe that does not turn its back on them when they need our hand also today. Together we can create a Europe where everyone, wherever they live, can do their best with the same opportunities. So let's do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dolores Montserrat. Juan Ignacio Zoido from Partido Popular.
El sector agroalimentario es el auténtico motor.
The democracies of our world are their true motor, and this is the basis for our future. Thanks to the producers of food, we are able to keep people in regions. We're able to develop services, and we're able to put in place the necessary logistics, including healthcare, and that is why it is vital to support these regions. It's in doing this that we will be able to support rural areas and keep them alive. And we need more than just recognition or applause. We need to recognize the role played by farmers and what they need. Competitiveness, profitability, and if we really wish to defend our rural zones, then we need to get rid of excess red tape. We need to make sure that we aren't establishing complex environmental legislation that's difficult to implement for those who are impacted upon by it. And we also need to support our farmers in order to have livable rural areas.
For this resolution, we proceed with a vote. Those in favor? Those against? Abstentions? The resolution has been adopted. We have, as mentioned, 3 ordinary draft resolutions that we have voted on successfully. I want to take this opportunity to thank the participants of today's resolution committee for their constructive engagement with these 3 resolutions and the 3 emergency resolutions to follow. We will commence with the first emergency resolution entitled The EU Plan for the Victory of Ukraine, submitted by TSLKD, SDS, and VNUTIPA to the EPP Congress. As with the previous regular resolutions, these emergency resolutions will allow a maximum of 5 individuals to intervene, with each intervention limited to 1 minute. Given the importance of this resolution and the number of participants, it is imperative that we respect all time constraints. With the interventions concluded, we will move forward to voting just as we did with the regular resolutions. Without any further delay, I give the floor to the chairman of the EPP group Euronest, Andrius Kubilius, who will have 2 minutes to present the resolution.
Well, thanks a lot, Secretary General, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank, of course, colleagues from Latvian and Slovenian members of EPP family for co-signing. Also, I am very grateful to our friends from Ukraine for their proposals, and of course for your leadership in the resolution committee, where the discussion really allowed us to improve very much the resolution. Why we presented this resolution and why it is important for you to have a plan for the victory of Ukraine. It's obvious that victory of Ukraine is the most important strategic goal for all of us. But it's absolutely clear that Ukrainian victory can be achieved only with our assistance, sufficient for the victory. Situation of today with our assistance is unsatisfactory and unacceptable. Economically, EU and United States combined are 25 times stronger than Russia. But in 2023, Russia spent more than 100 billion euros for the war, and Ukrainian side, with all our assistance, EU and United States assistance, military assistance, managed to spend for defense only 80 billion euros. It means that our assistance allowed Ukraine not to lose, but was definitely not enough for victory. Systemic problem of our assistance is that it is based on individual countries' voluntary decision how much to support, and the differences among the countries are very big. That is the reason why we are not able to mobilize our economies for victory in our war. Ukraine spends 25% of GDP for the war, Russia is spending 7%, and the whole Western support reached only 0.1% of Western GDP. That is why we need to move from individual country support system into collective planning of sufficient military assistance. That is why we need a European Union plan for the victory of Ukraine. The plan should cover clear evaluation of the military needs for victory, development of production capacities, of military production capacities, and financial obligations for such a plan to be implemented. We need to move into collective EU and NATO decisions on military support, with the annual military support reaching 0.25% of Western GDP. Such a level of assistance would allow Ukraine to start to prevail against Russia. That is why I would like to conclude presentation of the resolution with a request to support it and with clear words. Razom do перемоги and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. We have 3 sign-ups for intervention. First, Francois Javier Bellamy from LR.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Andrius, for expressing so strongly our support to Ukraine. I'll switch to French. La guerre lancée.
The war started by Vladimir Putin against Ukraine must be an alarm signal for the whole of Europe. We can only defend Europe and the principles that unite us only if we can strengthen Europe confronted with the threats it's confronted with. Europe means fight as we did with the EPP to defend our agriculture. After leaving the dependence of Russian gas, we are not entitled to yield to dependence on Russian grain. So that means support our industry, our defense industry, against the normative inflation now, and that threatens our continent that it can no longer produce what it needs. It means strengthening our borders so that we are no longer dependent or exposed to hybrid attacks like the ones Lukin started with Lukashenko with Belarus, from Belarus to our country. And it means, of course, be ready to confront these wars of a new type that threaten our whole continent today. Behind the support for Ukraine, there is a strategy for Europe. There is a political vision that we need to defend if we want Europe to become stronger faced with these new threats. And that's why, voting for this resolution, we also take the commitment as the EPP to work and to strengthen Europe so that we can support Ukraine and so that we are able to defend the fight for our values together with Ukraine. Thank you very much.
From the Council of Europe, the second intervention, Emanelis Zingeris.
Dear friends, congratulations with the achievement. Mr. Kubilius, 0.25% dedicated to our future European victory against dictatorship, Russian dictatorship in the war of aggression of Ukraine. It's a big achievement of this great odium. Don't forget that our odium were creating fathers of European Union and NATO. So coming from that, we should be absolutely crystal clear that we will not give the possibility for dictatorship to be more effective cooperating between Russia, China, Iran against all of us. And that means that we should be extremely scrupulous in the details. Mr. Secretary General, Russia enjoy avoiding the sanctions. Our Council of Europe just delegation introduced a register established in The Hague for those firms from our countries who are avoiding sanctions, enjoying the benefits financial, and they will be stopped when all names of those companies will be declared. And those who are supplying military elements should be under our law enforcement agencies. So we are encouraging you to fight inside of your countries after this resolution who will be adopted just now in a few minutes, dear Secretary General, with those shameful firms and economical entities who are in underground, making Putin possible, make laugh from our side, laugh against our sanctions, and sanctions should work. Thank you very much, and I think we will be extremely scrupulous building the wall against those guys who are trying to benefit from the Ukrainian blood making money. Thank you.
Thank you. third and final intervention, Ioana Klimbush from the European Solidarity.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, having been extremely grateful for the tectonic changes that have been happening across Europe with regard to support to Ukrainian brave people, we see the need to upscale our efforts in terms of investing in our common security. And that means that we have to ensure that all types of weapons are being urgently procured, urgently produced, and urgently delivered to brave Ukrainian armed forces. Because that is about protection not only of our lives and our freedom and our sovereignty. That is about investment in protecting way of lives of the European citizens as you know it for a couple of generations without war, enjoying your freedoms, enjoying respect, and enjoying rule of law. That's exactly what we are standing for, and that is exactly where we are counting on your leadership, and I'm sure that our party family is capable of providing leadership in Europe, making sure that Europe is finally upscaling all the effort and all the deliveries to Ukraine so that we could focus on development, on prosperity, and on the sustainable and lasting peace in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. An important resolution on Ukraine. We go to a vote. Those in favor, please. Those against? Those abstaining? The resolution has been adopted. Second emergency regulation, implementation of the rule of law in Albania, the case of Beleris, tabled by Nea Demokratia. Tassos Hadjivasiliou from Nea Demokratia will present.
Thank you, Thanasis. Dear colleagues, I am presenting a resolution on the rule of law in Albania vis-à-vis the Beleris case, the mayor-elect of Himara, a town who is inhabited predominantly by ethnic Greeks. He was arrested on the eve of the local elections in Albania in May 2023 on the allegation of bribing voters. After 10 months of imprisonment, the Albanian court only yesterday decided to convict Beleris to 2 years in prison, but they did not take into consideration the most important testimony. The major witness stated that he was paid by the Albanian police in order to accuse Beleris of bribing voters. This would never take place in an EU state. This is an issue of the implementation of the rule of law. And as you all know, dear colleagues, Greece and Nea Demokratia are key supporters of the European future of Albania, but we need to send a strong message that the rule of law is a minimum prerequisite towards EU membership. This is why the Beleris case is not a bilateral one. It is a European issue we have to deal with. As you know, Beleris won the elections last year, but still he cannot take the oath despite the precedent of 2 similar cases in Albania. We don't intervene in Albania's judiciary system, but they should respect the decision of the Albanian Special Court stating that the previous mayor, namely the defeated one, cannot remain as acting mayor. And so far, dear colleagues, no action has been taken towards this direction. So every candidate state must respect the election result and have to secure that the mayor-elect has the right to swear in. We support Albania's European future, but Albania should support the ethnic minority rights. Thank you, Thanasis.
Thank you, Tasso. 2 interventions have been requested. The first by Healy von der Streek, EPP Women.
Yes, thank you very much. We highly like the emergency resolution of Nea Demokratia, and we strongly support this resolution. Because, why? Because the case of Belarus is a pars pro toto. It's an illustration of what's going on in Albania. And it's an illustration of what, in the general sense, we see happening there. And we want also to stress that the neglection of universal human rights in Albania is taking place right at the moment. Moreover, the neglection of the rule of law, fundamental rights, media freedom, as well as widespread corruption and the separation of powers are being violated. And this is undermining Albania's accession path to the EU, and that's very important for us to realize. I can mention several examples. I have several examples here on my phone, but I don't need to tell you. You know all what's going on in Albania, and we highly support the resolution, and we want to have it adopted today. Thank you.
Our friend Francesco Simundini from Italy.
Dear Secretary General, dear friends, it's time for Edi Rama to respect the rule of law. It's pivotal for our EPP family to send a clear message to Albania, supporting both the right to a fair trial for Fredi Beleri and the respect for minorities, both necessary steps for every country aiming to join the European Union. This resolution is not about a bilateral dispute. This is an issue that directly affects European values. This is why we proudly support the resolution of Nea Demokratia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We go to a vote. Those in favor? Excellent. Those against? Those abstaining? The resolution has been adopted. The final emergency resolution addressing child exposure to online content. This resolution has been proposed by European members of Parliament Pascal Arimont from L'Engagé and Pablo Arias Echevarria from Partido Popular, as well as from the EPP group. I would like to invite Pablo Arias Echevarria to present the resolution.
Muchas gracias, secretario general, querido Thanasis. En primer lugar, quería agradecer a mi compañero y coponente de esta resolución.
First, I would like to thank Pascal for his help, and also thank the group of the People's Party for all the work you've done. Thank you all who have participated in drafting this resolution, and who, with their amendments, have improved the text, this text which shows the commitment of our family on this topic. We decided a few years ago that our future would be a digital future. And this has consequences today and has had an impact on the competitiveness of our companies in some cases, on the loss of some talents. We have learned from our mistakes of the past. We try to improve, but the dangers remain present, and these dangers are sometimes bigger than what we have imagined, particularly when the youngest of us are affected. The model of the algorithms based on the need to use as much, to take in as much content as possible is one of the problems. The content itself of social networks, the messages and the content put online have an impact on the health and the education of our children. During this mandate, we're able to make progress on this topic. We're able to adopt pioneering legislation in Europe, which makes it possible to strengthen our values and to cope with this reality. Today, we have legislation on the protection of minors against against dangerous content, potentially dangerous content. That's useful, but on these networks there is still a prevalence of content that should be avoided, and also fake news. As the parliamentary group did, we supported the law on the digital services, which is essential, but it's not enough. Today, things are only getting worse, as we can see in the data we have, which show that the rate of suicide among young people is going up, keeps on going up. There's more and more addiction, Eating disorders are also on the increase, so it's important to realize the scope of the problem. Our children should not be exposed to these contents, and therefore we need to take urgent steps to act before these things happen and before this is an irreparable damage for this generation. This is the risk, so we absolutely need to fight to protect our children and not forfeit the future of our children to private companies, but take measures ourselves to support this generation and all subsequent generations. Thank you very much.
Abstentions have been requested for this emergency resolution, so we proceed with the vote. Those in favor? Those against? Abstention. The resolution has been adopted. Vice President Halicki, may I continue with the statutory changes from here? Vice President? I'll continue from here. Thank you. Now, let's move on to the statutory changes. As you know, the European People's Party operates under European Parliament regulations, but also under Belgian regulations. Our legal counsel drew the attention to us that according to new Belgian legislation, transfers of content from our EPP internal regulation towards our EPP statutes, or otherwise called bylaws, have to be made and approved by our members. According to Article 19 of our EPP statutes, the EPP Secretary General, quote, chairs the working group on statutory changes, unquote. Therefore, I have been leading this very open, transparent, and inclusive process with all relevant EPP members and bodies involved in close cooperation with our legal counsel, a process which is finalized today with the official adoption by our Congress. Before I ask the Congress for approval, let me remind you that as regards more in-depth content changes and updates of our legal documents, the next EPP Statutory Congress, which will take place in 2025, will be the time for possible broader revisions and changes. And may I add, these changes and revisions are surely required and necessary. If there are no questions from your side, I would like to move to the formal voting. Please allow me to read the following. The Congress upon which we will vote. The Congress acknowledges the proposal to modify the bylaws and the internal regulation of the EPP, mainly to bring them in line with the changes imposed by or resulting from the rules of the Belgian Code of Companies and Associations. The members of the Congress received the draft texts of the new bylaws and internal regulations prior to the meeting. The proposed modification to the bylaws and internal regulations were approved by the EPP Working Group on Statutory Changes on 8 December 2023, by the EPP Presidency on 13 December 2023, and by the EPP Political Assembly on 30 January 2024, with a majority of 2/3 of the votes cast in the Political Assembly in accordance to Article 27 of the bylaws. After deliberation, the Congress decides to amend the bylaws and the internal regulations of the EPP in accordance with the draft texts of the bylaws and internal regulations, as approved by the Political Assembly on 30 January 2024, and as attached to the convocation notice to this Congress sent on 7 February 2024 under the condition precedent of the registration of the modified bylaws in a notarial deed. In accordance with Belgian law, the bylaws of the European political party must be recorded in an authentic deed passed by a notary. In accordance with Article 1B of the internal regulations, 2 members of the presidency will appear before a Belgian notary shortly after this Congress in order to request the registration of the modified bylaws as approved by the Congress today in a notarial deed. The modifications to the bylaws and the internal regulations will enter into force upon the execution of the notary of the notarial deed. End quote. Dear friends, dear delegates, who is in favor of the approval of our jointly tabled modifications to our EPP internal regulations and our EPP bylaws in accordance with the before mentioned remarks? Who is against? Any abstentions? With nobody against and no abstentions, we therefore have a very clear majority result. I thank the Congress for the approval and for your active support during this entire process. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am back now for the big panel of the day, which is, of course, to present the EPP's manifesto here at the 2024 Congress. Before we get into the details of what it contains with the individuals who helped to lead the craftsmanship of this crucial document, let's have a quick look at what EU citizens say they want to hear.
The EPP's manifesto reflects our strength, unity, and resolve. Driven by the people of Europe, representing diverse perspectives, through a dedicated online platform for unfiltered input, shaped by our member parties after extensive discussion and negotiation. We are proud of our manifesto. It is the product of inclusivity, fairness, and transparency, and it reflects our principles and values. We have followed the EPP way. Now let us hear directly from some of the voices that shaped our manifesto and speak for our shared vision of Europe.
Je suis agriculteur de 3e génération en Belgique. Je m'en fais pour la planète, pour l'environnement bien sûr, mais aussi pour les consommateurs, pour la charge financière qu'ils ont à payer. Et puis je m'en fais pour mon existence, pour mon travail, et aussi pour l'avenir de mon entreprise. Et je voulais savoir ce que le PPE pouvait faire pour moi.
Sé que Europa desempeñó un papel importante durante la pandemia con respecto a las vacunaciones. Sé que Europa, tras la pandemia, pidió prestado mucho dinero para ayudar a todos los países. Y estoy agradecido por ello. Pero, ¿y ahora qué?
Ja, also die Welt hat sich ja in den letzten 5 Jahren sehr verändert. Ja, sie ist viel beängstigender geworden. Und ja, ehrlich gesagt, wenn ich so auf der Straße spazieren gehe, möchte ich mich eigentlich sicher fühlen. Zu Hause möchte ich mich sicher fühlen. Ja, mein Land soll sicher sein. Und angesichts der 2 Kriege, die gerade toben, sehe ich das aber nicht. Was kann die EVP dafür tun?
Εργάζομαι ως υπάλληλος σε μια ασφαλιστική εταιρεία και μεγαλώνω μόνη μου το γιο μου που είναι 6 ετών. Αυτό που ζητώ είναι εργασιακή ασφάλεια. Θέλω να ζω με αξιοπρεπή μισθό και να μπορώ να δώσω στο παιδί μου όσα εφόδια χρειάζεται για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον. Τι μπορεί να κάνει το Ευρωπαϊκό Λαϊκό Κόμμα για εμένα?
Lansko leto sem razvil aplikacijo, ki mladim podjetnikom omogoča lažje financiranje za njihova podjetja. Želim si uspeti, rad bi živel tukaj v Ljubljani, ne bi se pa rad preselil v Kalifornijo. Kaj bo pa EPP storila zame?
So those are just some of the voices of the types of people who are going to be going to the polls in June at those crucial European parliamentary elections. And let's invite upon the stage to discuss the manifesto the president of the EPP, Manfred Weber, will join me on stage with a microphone. Great, wonderful. Thank you very much, President Weber.
Good to see you.
Thank you. We heard there from some of the citizens and their sort of immediate priorities, and we've talked about it right throughout the course of the day in various panels. How crucial do you think this manifesto, procedure of crafting the manifesto in a sort of collaborative form was for you?
Well, I think that manifesto is probably one of the most important decisions for the Congress. We define the roadmap for the next 5 years for the future of Europe. We are strong, we have a lot of trust, and that's why content, so what do we want to do for the next 5 years, is key for us as party and for the family. I take it extremely serious as party leader that our content is really important and it gives us an orientation for the next 5 years. And what I'm proud about as party leader is that we did this time in an extremely inclusive process. So more than 300 ideas were presented. We asked all our associations, all our member parties, the groups in parliament, in committee of regions, in the different fields. So our whole EPP universe in a way, we asked everybody to contribute, and that really brought up a lot of good ideas. I'm really grateful for this cooperation, for this contribution, that everybody thought about the next year's program, and this is now the final outcome. I'm proud about this.
We heard throughout the course of some of the panels earlier on today about how important it was, as you were saying, to have sort of concrete evidence that policies are working and how policies can affect people. Just talk about your approach. Sometimes you describe it, I believe, as a programmatic approach to policy drafting.
Yes, one aspect is again the drafting of this manifesto. There again, ideas are key, and we have a lot of talents, we have a lot of people who think for the future of Europe and contribute to this. And I have also to say that I'm happy that finally we are then sitting together and are also capable to find a compromise, because one aspect is to have a clear position, but another aspect in a family is also to compromise, to come together finally. And both sides are there, and that's why thank you for the process. The more important thing is what we saw a minute ago, because our political approach starts with listening. And if I may say so, we have in the political arena a lot of politicians who are not starting with listening first, who are first of all starting with lecturing. They are speaking. Again, our EPP approach of developing politics is listening, because the concerns of citizens must be in the center of the debate, and that's why all the ideas are based exactly on what citizens tell us.
So we heard some of the priorities of the citizens there. How do they match with the EPP's priorities? What are your sort of priorities in this manifesto, if you had to sum them up really quickly?
Well, the starting point of content-wise is for sure the question of credibility of trust. Because when you go to the votes, when you go to the ballot boxes, then people assess also what have you done in the past. And EPP was with Ursula von der Leyen, with Roberta Metsola, with me in the group, in the parliament. We were already responsible. So the first thing is that we can tell people Europe was in good hands in Corona times, in war times. We did our job. That is, I think, the base for the most important thing what politicians can get, and that is trust from the citizens. And the second step is then to propose the ideas for the future, and that brings us to the content then. And there I would see two main pillars was already discussed. We listened already to the leaders today. I think we all share the same opinion that two challenges are in front of us. One is to keep the promise of peace, at least inside of the European Union. We have war in Ukraine, but at least inside of the European Union we want to keep peace. And the second key promise is to keep prosperity, so economic perspective for our citizens. That are the two main pillars of our programmatic approach. And frankly speaking, I'm sure that a lot of Europeans in all countries of Europe, they trust finally that EPP can manage these two things, because they're, especially on security, on defense, on peace, and on prosperity, on economic growth, we are good in this and we have the trust.
And so you're saying your driving values uniquely position you for this type of age that Europe finds itself in?
Well, when you speak about values, yes, that is in a way one is the content, but the overwhelming, the umbrella above everything is then what do we believe in? And there, you know, the European way of life, it was, this title of European way of life was in a way created, was branded by the European People's Party 5 years ago. In the formation of the Commission, it was heavily attacked by the left. So it defines in a way what is the value base for Europe, what we share. And probably next to the basic principles of our values, one aspect is also that we do this, all these challenges in a method of bridge building. That's also part of our DNA. I also will talk about this tomorrow to define what makes EPP, what is the EPP DNA finally. And for me, bridge building, to bring things together, economic success and environmental responsibility, the social market economy, to bring things together is typically for our EPP approach. We don't want to split. We want to unify. That is our way of doing things.
And fair to say no room for empty slogans, then it sounds like you're saying no room for empty slogans.
Yes, that's correct. When we see the programmatic approach of our competitors, I would say that there is a lot of slogans. When you see our approach, and I was already asked by journalists who are observing us, who are commenting today what we are doing here, so in a public atmosphere, everybody read the EPP Manifesto. Everybody is aware about what we do on the content. For example, on migration, which is obviously one of the key points from the expectation of citizens. Please solve it now. Please stop illegal migration to Europe. And so everybody takes our concrete programmatic approach serious, and I'm happy about this. It's not about empty messages, it's about real content.
EPP President Manfred Weber, thank you very much for joining us on stage here to present that.
Thank you so much.
And I know you will be back to share the closing remarks and the voting on it. Thank you. We're going to get into the individual specifics of the manifesto. I would like to invite Vice President Halicki, Vice President McAllister, and also Vice President Tajani here to the stage, where we're going to have another panel about foreign affairs, defense and security to talk about, as we were saying before, one of those key priorities of this age, extremely relevant, obviously, to the EU, given recent events. Vice President, molto lieta di nuovo.
Hello.
Hello.
Very good Italian.
We've met before. You remember I used to live in Italy many years and interview you as a journalist. And thank you very much, Mr. Halicki. Yes, Halicki. I hope I pronounced that okay. We'll start with you, in fact, Mr. Halicki. The EPP has obviously been steadfast in its support for Ukraine, and we've had difficult news just today coming out of Ukraine with news of an attack on Odessa on Wednesday. We heard Greek members of the EPP talking about it on stage earlier in a panel I was chairing. How can Europe be stronger in defence, do you think, in terms of continuing to sort of continuing in its support for Ukraine now that we're 2 years into the war and entering a third?
In our manifesto we have... Is it okay? Yeah. In our manifesto we have very clear message. We have to support Ukraine because the microphone doesn't work.
Let's see if we've got the handheld microphone for a second. Let me start out by, here we go, grabbing a handheld mic.
Okay, now you will start.
Let's see if that works.
Yes.
Let's try that. Thank you, Mr. Halicki.
So once again, I would like to repeat that we have a very clear message in our manifesto. We have to support Ukraine because Ukraine is not only fighting for the independence and for sovereignty, they are fighting also to protect our values, our security, the European way of life. We are using this phrase very frequently, and during the first attacks, but also before, when Ukrainians would like to, and they choose the pro-European way, you could see very often the European flags. So that's the reason why Putin attacked Ukraine. So we have to deliver weapon, because as soon as possible we have to defeat Russia. But of course we have to do much more as a society. You remember that, for instance, as APP, when the winter was very cold, we delivered generators of hope. So everybody can have some idea to support Ukrainians, because they are really fighting for our security, and we have to be with them all the time, day by day.
Are you worried that fatigue may set in, especially with the types of messaging that's coming from the United States when it comes to support for Ukraine, to try and help Ukraine to win a decisive victory? From the EU perspective?
First of all, the victory, this is also the issue we have to be very clear. When and what is the victory, Ukrainians has to tell us. But of course the pressure is needed, and what I would like to say also in our manifesto is very, very clear. We have to be much more stronger as we are, as European Union. So that's the reason we are proposing European Commissioner for Defense and Security, much higher expenses on security, and also military mobility, security of the external borders. We have to be much more stronger than we are, and we have all capabilities to do that, to achieve it. And also it should be a good example for the others, because democratic world has to be united in that, and also not only European case, but among the members of NATO, we have to be stronger and united.
Thank you, Vice President Lewicki. I'm glad you addressed the question of the Defence Commissioner as well, because that's what I was getting at. Vice President McAllister, if I could come to you. We just heard a clip there from a German citizen saying, you know, my personal security on the streets is something I'm thinking about, as well as the security of my country, i.e. in the context of, you know, a fraught war on the edge of Europe's borders. How can Europe become stronger in defence, given the pressures that we're seeing? Because obviously it's not just Ukraine. We've got a wider conflagration, or room for a potential wider conflagration in other parts of the world, like the Middle East, that's affecting trade to these parts of the world. People are feeling less secure. What can you do to reassure them?
Well, the European Union is a global player. What we need to do is to become a real global player. And that's why I very much welcome that our election manifesto features the common foreign and security policy, and especially the common security and defence policy, at a very prominent stage, at a very prominent place, right at the beginning of the manifesto, with clear language and with very concrete proposals. You are asking what do we have to do to strengthen European defence? I would say it's 3 steps. First, we need to ramp up our industrial defence bases. With the programs we already have, we very much welcome that Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has this week announced the new program to strengthen the European defence industry. This includes to further establish a single market for defence. The second step we need to go is to utilize the options the existing EU treaties offer, for instance, for permanent structured cooperation. Let me name here especially the project military mobility. And the third step is that long-term, our goal as European Union is integrated European armed forces with a navy component, an air component, a land component, and a cyber component. For me, the European Defence Union, which is our long-term goal, is kind of like a puzzle with 5,000 pieces. We have set the frame with the permanent structured cooperation, with the European Defence Agency, with the European Defence Fund. I can name many more projects, but this now has to be put together. So in the end, we are much stronger, which is important for us as Europeans. A final point, and I'm very enthusiastic about this, I'm very emotional about this. Whatever we want to do in Europe to strengthen security and defence should never be against NATO or in competition with NATO. It's about strengthening the European pillar within NATO. We are strong believers in the transatlantic alliance with the United States of America, Canada and the United Kingdom, and that will always remain the same.
Thank you, Vice President McAllister. Vice President Tajani, obviously Europe, as I was saying before, finds itself in a world in turmoil at the moment, not just on its borders, but elsewhere. I was talking about events in the Middle East. We've been through situations, also climate crisis as well, is causing migration from other parts of the world. How do you think this manifesto addresses those types of problems that people were talking about there in that video?
Thank you for the question. This manifesto is a strategy on the future of the European Union, is a strategy for the EPP government. Of course, this situation is changing in the world. For this, we need to work hard all together. The unity of the European Union is crucial in this moment. It's crucial for the protection of Ukraine, for independence of Ukraine. It's crucial for our defense policy. I totally agree with Ursula von der Leyen when she proposed a commissioner for industry. I totally agree on the decision of the European Commission on an industrial defense policy. I worked hard when I was commissioner on this, because every part of this manifesto is part of the strategy. Also, we are an industrial country. Europe is an industrial continent. Middle East, Red Sea situation. For us, export is crucial. If we want to protect our trade, we need to protect the ships working in the Red Sea. For this, the Aspides project, Aspides mission is crucial. It's a European mission for the protection of our interests. It's a defense strategy, it's part of the defense strategy, but it's important because it's a first step for the European defense. The Middle East, this situation is also very important to be present in the Middle East, to be more active for achieving good decision on peace. We need to protect Israel. We are working for two people, two states. It's a strategy, and we need more Europe on this. We need the strongest Europe. In this moment, the position of Europe is not very strong. We need to do more. For this, we need to be more united also on the content. The other part of our security is illegal immigration. We need to have a strategy in Africa, for example, for paving the way for growth, against terrorism, against climate change, for helping the Africans with joint ventures, looking at Africa not with European glasses, with African glasses. But we need to pay attention because Russia will use illegal immigration against us. They will push a lot of migrants through criminal organizations, for example, in different countries, for putting problem in the south of Europe, Italy, for example, because we are strongly engaged in support of Ukraine. For this, if there are problems in the Middle East, in the Red Sea, in the Mediterranean region, it's more complicated for us to work hard in defense of Ukraine. For this, we need to be united, to have a strategy. We need to look at the Western Balkans. This is a not crucial part for us. For the stability of Europe, we need to work more, and David knows very well the situation, to work more for having this country with us. The full membership of the Western Balkans countries is crucial. If we want to have this country with us, because to lose the Western Balkans is to put the Western Balkans in Russian hands or in Chinese hands. This should be a super big mistake. We want the Western Balkans with us. This is an important part of our political strategy, for our security, because security is not only to have a police or army close to our borders. It's to have a strategy. Our strategy is to be more present in the Middle East, more present in Africa, also with the Marshall Plan for Africa, but also in the Western Balkans. The Western Balkans is crucial. The solution of the Western Balkan problem is crucial for us. Also, if we want to strengthen Ukraine, we need to work hard in the Western Balkans. And we as EPP government, we are working hard in this region together. I come from the Bosnia-Herzegovina with my Austrian friends, Minister of Foreign Affairs, EPP too. And why we decided to be together in Bosnia-Herzegovina? Because the message is, we Europeans, we are united. It's a political message. I'm not alone as Italian, it's not alone as Austrian. We are together for sending a message to Bosnia-Herzegovina. We want to help you for being part of the European Union. For this, the unity among us is crucial. And this manifesto is a good message for our unity. Now, after the Congress, we need to implement, because to vote in favor it's easy, but the implementation is more complicated. For this, we are strongly engaged for the implementation of this manifesto.
I was going to say just briefly, thank you very much, Vice President Tajani. I was going to just say briefly, Vice President McAllister, it's great to have a really ambitious manifesto because it gets everybody energized. But these are long roadmaps towards some of these ambitious targets, aren't they?
I very much welcome our election manifesto. We worked on it for many weeks and months, and in the end we got all our member parties on board. And I would like to ask all delegates to vote in favor of this manifesto. For us, this is the plan for the next 5 years, where we want to go in the European Union. This will be the basis for our talks with other political parties after the elections. And I think one thing we can say today, we're very proud as members of the European People's Party. We are the #1 in Europe. We want to lead the European Union, and we are bridge builders. We want to create a better Europe for our citizens, for our businesses and our families. It's us who are in the lead, and that's why we want to move forward with our manifesto.
Vice President.
Unity and strength.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank our panel, Vice President Halicki, Vice President Tajani, and Vice President McAllister, for that impassioned debate about how this manifesto addresses those concerns about foreign affairs, security, and so on and so forth. Gentlemen.
Unity will be visible also during the...
And unity as well, as you were saying before. Thank you very much, Vice Presidents.
We need to change the treaties. We need to lose the unanimity, we need to choose the majority, because without a choice with majority it's impossible to move on for a better and stronger Europe. For this we need to work hard in this direction.
Okay.
Look forward to the next manifesto then. Thank you very much, Vice Presidents. We're going to move on to another subject that one of those people in the videos was talking about, and that is the concept of prosperity, this idea that, you know, obviously Europe is recovering from the difficult, unprecedented shocks as the pandemic. We saw the energy price spike brought on by the war in Ukraine. Vice President Tajani there just referred to the trade issue with the Red Sea, which is causing shipments to become a lot more expensive and taking a lot more time to go a very, very long and protracted route to reach these shores. To talk about these issues, I would now like to invite to the stage Vice Presidents González Pons, Hans, Muresan, and also Gabriel as well, please. Please join me on stage. Thank you.
Thanks God there's a lady with us.
Hello. Thank you. As we get going, let's talk about Ms. González. Let's talk about how we heard about I think it was a farmer there in Belgium, wasn't it, who was saying in particular that he was extremely concerned that his livelihood is changing, bureaucracy is difficult for him. We've seen protests of farmers, not just in Belgium, everywhere. How do you respond to his challenges with this manifesto here to assuage his concerns?
Okay, thank you very much. We are Farmers' Party, and we have to continue being Farmers' Party. There is no other Farmers' Party but us. But for answering your question, allow me to use my own language, because I cannot talk about agriculture without talking as farmers used to do in my country. I'll follow in Spanish y diré 5 cosas del...
And I will say 5 things about the manifesto. 1, we must re-examine the Green Pact, and we need to review the calendar and the impact of each of the measures in the Green Deal. And 2, this needs to affect everyone. Sometimes we limit agricultural production in Europe and open the door to imports. But I think we really need to think about that and consider the problems this might cause our farmers. 3, we are the market that has the highest quality standards, and sometimes this creates a barrier for our farmers to produce or to sell some of their products. So I think that we need to rethink some international treaties. We need to require producers from third countries to respect our rules at our levels, rather than lowering the bar to match what they produce. 4, we need to avoid imports of products that give rise to sanitary problems. And 5, water. Soon it will be more difficult to get water than oil, and it will be one of Europe's vital resources. So we need to learn how to manage it. We need to implement new infrastructure for water distribution, and we need to learn to save it. So those are the 5 vital points that we talk about in our manifesto when it comes to agriculture. And I think I will close with 1 sentence to reply to your question. What is the EPP's message to farmers? Well, believe in us. We are in favour of trade, yes, but our priority is our farmers above all. Thank you.
SMEs, second, actually. Vice President Hahn, we heard there, I believe it was a young man in Slovenia talking about how he might have to go to the United States if he wanted to become an entrepreneur, and how he was concerned about the future for him in terms of jobs and opportunities for SMEs. How do you think that Europe can embolden its nascent tech sector to stay here rather than go somewhere else? This idea of a sort of brain gain.
Difficulties to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying there is we heard a clip there you may have seen of a young man, I think he was in Slovenia, saying he didn't want to have to go to Silicon Valley. He wanted a European version of Silicon Valley. How can one create that for young people like him?
Actually, we have many Silicon Valleys, because we have many very great innovations, and we have many innovation hubs. Maria would be better suited to talk about it in her previous capacity as research and innovation commissioner. Yep. But I think we have by far the biggest research and innovation budget in the world, 100 billion for 7 years. This is not nothing. And I think we use it in a good, if not to say excellent way. Where we have still weaknesses is to translate research results into business cases. This is where our focus is now. For the first time in the current period, we have already managed to set up a structure how to support startups, and it works well. It's not so easy for a public entity to have a structure supporting startups, because the risks of startups is that not each startup will become a success story, but at the end of the day, the overwhelming number of startups are a success story. And I think this is something good, because what we need in Europe is much more venture capital, and the European budget is a seed financing of this, because it's only 1% of the European GDP, and not everything is for research and for companies. But I suppose you also think about what we are sometimes criticized, we are too much bureaucratic. And I think here, of course, we have to learn our lessons, but it's also on all of us to change our mentality. Because if in Europe somebody fails, if he or she goes bankrupt with the company, this person is stigmatized for the rest of his life. And this is different to other parts of the world. So what we have to learn is, if somebody fails, help them to stand up, try it again, try it if necessary once again, and at the end of the day it will be a success. So we need a spirit of success orientation and accept failures and errors, but it's the only way how to learn and how to do it better in the future.
So a change of spirit and different rules and regulations, but also to engender cultural change, I suppose, to re-engineer Europe's society to becoming more entrepreneurial. Vice President Muresan, the EPP's often talked about this concept, and it came up in a panel earlier on that I was chairing today about sort of first and second class citizens inside the EU. How can you improve regional policies to make sure that they're more strongly reflected, that people have a closer connection with what the EU and its leaders do in politics? And as I was saying before, avoid that brain drain, turning it into a brain gain.
Yeah. Look, the truth is, since the beginning of the COVID pandemic 4 years ago, we saw very clearly that the European Union provides solutions. It helped people in need, it helped enterprises, regions in need, it helped with immediate support, but it also helped to make sure that never again in the future a crisis can hit us like the previous crisis hit us, to modernize the public systems and to strengthen the economy, to make sure that we become more competitive, that we create a framework in which private companies can invest, that we reform. It is about making money available, but it should not always be public money. Our view as EPP is that we create a stable environment which the private sector can trust, where they can invest. We support small and medium-sized enterprises, and then private money flows, growth is generated, jobs are being created which are stable, sustainable. And this is also what differentiates the pro-European center-right approach of the EPP from the left. The left, whenever they see a problem, they throw money at the problem, but that does not solve the problem in itself. So our approach is to structurally improve the situation. Of course, we also, the Commissioner was talking about the European budget. We, of course, are allocating the budget of the European Union to those areas which lead to growth, investments, agriculture, digital, transition to the green economy, but in a way in which it should then trigger further private investment. Of course, Europe is a single market, and we want to make sure that all regions have an equal chance to develop, and a significant part of the European budget goes to the least developed regions to help them improve. And what I want to say is that we are thinking about infrastructure, energy, digital, so that all corners of the European Union are equally attractive to investments, and the human capital is very important. We believe in linking education with the needs of the enterprises, with the needs of the markets in all corners of Europe. This is why our manifesto proposes a brain gain program. We are going to focus on making sure that we invest at least 4% of the GDP in research. We are going to make sure that our youth is educated in those areas which are needed on the labor market, so that they can strive back home if they want, so that they don't need to travel to live westwards. It has indeed been an issue in our Central Eastern European member states, but under the leadership of the EPP, the European institutions are tackling that now.
Thank you very much, Vice President Muresan. And last but not least, Vice President Gabriel, you, I believe, will become the Bulgarian Prime Minister in a few days' time. And you also have huge expertise in the field of innovation, as we just heard there from Vice President Hahn, because of your time as EU Commissioner on Innovation. How do you think that the EU in the future and this mandate delivers on enhancing innovation for younger EU citizens?
Well, I think that Europe has the real potential and power to be leader in innovation, because actually we are already excellent in scientific research. Yes, we need to accelerate the transfer of knowledge from research to industry. At the same time, we need to continue to invest. We have excellent examples like Horizon Europe program or the new European Innovation Agenda, the European Innovation Council. But it's really important now really to scale up, because we have even today more startups than in US. But we need really more scaling up. And that's why it's so important to attract private savings, to talk more about venture capital. And that's our strength as EPP, to create this environment where businesses can grow, they have trust, they need predictability, they need certainty, they need much more flexibility. What I would like really to see, it's not a prohibitive Europe, but innovative Europe. Innovation needs flexibility. They need experimentation spaces, test beds, living labs. We need to clearly identify what are those strategic areas in which Europe will be the leader, the world leader. That's artificial intelligence, that's robotics, that's health. And we need, I will here plea for something that is very close to my heart. We need much more women-led startups, and we need more innovation in rural areas. So I think that we have everything in our hands. Now up to us to transform already our scientific excellence, our good and competitive industrial sectors with the needs of women, rural areas, small and medium enterprises, into driving forces of our leadership in innovation.
Let me just ask you a quick question about getting more women emboldened enough to launch their own companies, getting more women into the workforce in general. What do you think the impediments to that are at the moment? Is it lack of access to capital, childcare? Does it depend where you live? Is there a role for regions to play into that debate?
Well, I must say that it's absolutely important, the role of the regions, but that's why we need a better alignment between our policies and the ground realities. And I think that's our strength. It's not a weakness. When we talk about education and job, I think that it's really important to bring closer the two worlds of education and innovation. They don't think spontaneously to each other, because we have many different options for that. So yes, with the diversity of our regions, bringing closer the world of education and innovation, investing in new technologies, but also really taking care of the traditional sectors and jobs, which with innovation can grow, can offer new perspectives. That's something that we should continue, because that's the only one thing to take care about the concerns of our citizens.
Vice President Hahn, the intergenerational solidarity is also an important part of this idea inside the manifesto, of making sure that you can cater to all the electoral priorities of different age groups. You were just talking there about how there needs to be a different education, different formulas for skilling the labour forces, lifelong learning at one end of the age spectrum, and different educational opportunities to retool the workforce at the younger side of the age spectrum. What are your thoughts on how to foster better intergenerational solidarity for people who might be voting for the first time in June in these EPP elections, European parliamentary elections?
Intergenerational solidarity. So I think that it's definitely the first time that we put that in a very clear way, thanks to, I hope, and that's the case actually to many colleagues behind us. You mentioned some of them. Lifelong learning approach is definitely sounding good approach, but it's not easy, because we need reskilling, we need upskilling, we need better access to education, and that's why we insist so much that adults or young people, we need this intergenerational solidarity in order to anticipate the needs, in order to see how we can shape common solutions, and how we can bring together the challenges with the opportunities, using and traditional and new technologies, in order simply to provide jobs, good perspectives to our citizens everywhere, not only in the capitals, but also in remote areas and rural areas.
Yes.
But I think it's important to stress the capacity of Europe to be competitive. But I think it's equally important to say, and I think here EPP is clearly the advocate, the promoter of pushing prosperity, guaranteeing prosperity in Europe. And there's no prosperity without competitiveness. And this is extremely important that we understand. And I think EPP, and if you read the manifesto carefully, it's a single plea for more supporting the middle class. And this is where EPP stands for. Supporting the middle class, helping them to pursue their interests, their ideas, help them, giving them, so to say, the framework to pursue this and finally translate it in something which creates an added value. And this is, I think, the task and our obligation, and I'm pretty sure that with this concept we are getting a lot of support by our people, and then it can be translated in concrete political work in the next 5 years.
We have heard in the first panel that the EPP wants to do more on security, defense, to better protect the citizens of Europe. We will only be able to do that, to spend more on defense, with a strong economy. And this is why the link between a strong economy that we were discussing right now, an economy which is competitive, which is modern, which investors can trust, and the safety and security of citizens is so important.
Final thought from you?
Yeah, all that is very important, but I insist in my message, don't forget farmers. We ask farmers to trust European Union, but we need European Union to defend our farmers. I'll insist in my message, our farmers first.
Hugely important and emotive. I'll let you all...
I would like to say also that with values and innovation, we could ensure competitiveness and to protect the diversity of our regions and to continue to take care of farmers. That's what exactly we need, because that's part of our values. With innovation, we can lead by example.
I'll let you continue that debate with your individual briefs later on off stage. I believe you'll be voting on the manifesto later on, but thank you very much, Vice Presidents González Pons, Hans Muresan, and also Gabriel, to talk about their prosperity, one of those key parts of the manifesto. Another key part of the manifesto is obviously solidarity, and to talk about that I would like to invite upon the stage Vice President Suica, De Lange, and also Treasurer Rangel to join me here on stage. Please. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I believe this is our final panel about the manifesto here. Vice President Suica, I'll start with you. We heard there from a single mother earlier on, you may have seen in the video, from Greece, and she was talking about how essentially how she's concerned about how life is difficult for her, about what kind of future she'll have for her, leave for her child, what the shared priorities are of European Union citizens. How do you think that this manifesto sticks together those shared values to answer her concerns?
Thank you for asking this question. Europe is Europe for Europe of all ages, and this is what we are trying to send with the message with this manifesto. It's about human capital, it's about demographic change, it's about democratic resilience. So all of this is connected. So we realize that there is a demographic change in Europe, there is demographic change across the world, and we are trying to tackle this phenomenon. Maria said a few minutes ago that we want to be leaders in different sectors.
Yeah.
So we want to be leaders, but if the forecast is correct, by 2070, Europe will be only 4% of the world population. How are we going to be leaders in all sectors with only 4%? Okay, with artificial intelligence, with robotics, with help of innovations. But we need human capital, we need people, we need families, we need parents, we need the women, we need all our European women to be present in the labor market. At this moment, all of them are not capable of doing it because of lack of childcare, lack of different services. And this is what we are trying to realize during the actual mandate of this Commission, but also we are proposing this through this manifesto for the new Commission. we are speaking about young people. Young people, they have their diplomas, but sometimes their diplomas don't match the needs of the labor market because development is much faster than education. So this is a problem, how to upskill, how to reskill them. And both of the categories, parents, families, and youngsters, they have one common issue, and this issue is housing. Housing becomes key issue in European Union, not only in some countries, but all over across European Union. So we have to tackle this phenomenon.
Particularly for the young vote.
And
particularly for the younger voters.
Of course, especially youngsters.
Yeah.
And then we have older people. Someone who was, when I was young, for me, someone who was 60 was old. Nowadays, it's 80 because it's shifted. So we are not talking anymore about aging Europe, aging continent. We are talking about Europe as longevity continent because Europeans live 10 years more in last 50 years. And this is what we have also to tackle. At this moment, we have child guarantee, we have youth guarantee, but in our manifesto we are promising, I hope that we will manage to do it, seniors old age guarantee to finish this triangle, to help those who are vulnerable, who are at risk of poverty. So this is something which we are dealing with, and I think this manifesto sends clear message to Europeans, to our voters.
Thank you very much, Vice President Suica. Vice President De Lange, the EPP has obviously tackled some of the big issues over the last few years. Obviously, one of them that gains a lot of traction with the young is climate change, also digitization, which we spoke about briefly in the previous panel. How does this manifesto address those particular concerns for, as we were saying before, the different age groups as well?
Yeah, I think we're very clear on those issues of digitalization as well as climate change and the Green Deal. I think it's very important to say that what we have tried to deliver all through this manifesto is policies that work on the ground and that address the concerns that people have in their daily life. So it's not abstract, it's very concrete. And then when I think about, for example, energy, right? My granddad was a coal miner, so his Europe was the Europe of coal and steel. And that is what was needed then at the time to rebuild the economy and to assure peace at the same time. Now, fast forward 70 years, the world looks completely different. And what we need is renewable energy. It is low carbon energy to fight climate change, to ensure our energy for our industries, but also to become less dependent on Russia. So we catch three birds with one stone if we invest in our energy policy. And on the Green Deal, we are very keen as EPP to make this a pact that delivers for people. So we want to be technology open. We want to support SMEs really as the backbone of our economy. And we want to make sure that farmers can produce what is our daily bread. I go back to 70 years ago when we were rebuilding Europe after the war. It's not a coincidence that besides coal and steel, we tackled agriculture as one of the first things, because on an empty stomach, you don't build an economy. And that is still relevant today. And therefore, I think it's very important that we have this grounded attitude when it comes to delivering at the same time the ambition that we need to deliver on issues like the Green Deal and digitalization.
So the idea is that these priorities aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, as in some previous years they have been presented in other parts of the world.
No, they very much belong together. We've said as EPP from the beginning that something like the Green Deal, which is hugely ambitious, and we need to deliver for the next generations. As Christian Democrats, that is what we want to do. We want to leave this planet in a good shape. But you need to combine this ambition with protection. You need to merge climate policy, or combine it at least, with a strategic green industrial policy. Because in the end, we want it to be a growth policy. We want it to be delivering jobs for people made in Europe.
Thank you very much, Vice President De Lange. Treasurer Hangel, it's time to come to you. The EU way of life that we've just described is one that many other countries around the world are keen to emulate and indeed be part of. We had big positive news on Ukraine at the end of last year and its potential membership alongside Moldova, Georgia. What's this roadmap like for enlargement, and how is it going to play with this concept of more solidarity that's inside the manifesto?
Okay, first, when we speak about enlargement, we have always Ukraine also in our eyes. Let me condemn in a very, very harsh way the attack that today took place near Odessa, and that was targeting President Zelensky and our very, very good Prime Minister Mitsotakis. This being said, what I would say is that after the invasion of Ukraine, we have a new impulse for enlargement.
Yeah.
So first we should take care, of course, of the countries of Western Balkans that were already on track and that have waited for a long time. And so to take this opportunity to relaunch this process, what is taking, I'd say, really steps and good steps now. Then we have Ukraine. First the candidate status, now the opening of negotiations. The same applies to Moldova, and I think this is a very important moment to open the negotiations now, to start dossier by dossier, issue by issue, file by file negotiating. Then we have also the situation of Georgia. This is a bit different, but now they are already a candidate status, so they are candidates to European Union. So this is really very important. Then, what should we do? What is the roadmap? In the case of Ukraine, it's clear that we are opening these negotiations file by file, but we are aware that the war situation is a concern, so probably we will have to consider some partial integration, as we have made with some products or with some access to the single market. So we have to wait, of course, for the end of the war, but we should prepare everything before that moment, and of course this is, I'd say, related with the idea that we need a clear victory in this war. This is essential. Second point, with Moldova and with the others to proceed in negotiations, but at the same time, and that is in our roadmap of EPP, we have to do our own institutional and financial reforms. So to have a European Union where we'll have 33, 34 member states, the situation will be quite different from this one where we have 27. And so we will need to reform our institutional procedures and our financial, I'd say, environment in order to allow that these countries can join the European Union. So we have to do at the same time the negotiations with the candidates and the internal reform of procedures and probably even of some institutions that could imply a treaty change or not. This is still on discussion. EPP is in favor of a treaty reform, but naturally what we want is the progress in terms of internal procedures to allow that we can receive these countries.
Yes, in fact, we heard Vice President Tajani refer earlier to the treaties as well and prospect for campaigning for reform. Just, if I may ask you, enlargement. For somebody who's reading your manifesto and going to the polls in 2018, how do you think it will change the landscape?
Well, I think that this is a major geopolitical global development. Because if you have a European Union that goes from Dublin to Tbilisi, from Lisbon to Kiev, from Stockholm to Chisinau, this is a new entity where you have also an ambition that I'd say to be the whole continent, and so to have also a say in the Asian development. So we will be the European continent with the Atlantic Partnership, but also with some capacity to influence this, I'd say, emerging power that is Asia, where we have China, where we have India, where we have a big part of the Russian Federation. And so for Europe, this will give us this capacity of dealing with this the biggest continent that is really Asia. So I think that in terms of world powers, there will be, with enlargement, a major achievement for European Union, because we won't be only seen as, I say, a subcontinent of the Eurasiatic huge space that has very, very close ties to Atlantic, but also a power that can influence the developments, the political developments, the economic developments in the Asian continent.
Vice President Suika, could I ask you to just address some of those points of how a changing, larger EU in the future will respond to its individual citizens' needs?
You know that we organized conference on the future of Europe, which was exactly what you asked about. And we have proposals from this conference on the future of Europe. And it's not easy to change, but we have been changing slightly together with other institutions, with European Parliament and with European Council. But we have to mention democracy here also, because if we don't build democratic resilience from within, we don't know what could happen. So what we have been trying to do, to start teaching our citizens, our youngsters from the very early age, to differentiate what is fake, what is true, what is information, what is disinformation, because we are under attack of hybrid threats, so we have to think about cybersecurity, and it especially is important when we talk about children, because it is both for online and offline situations. So this is very important, and we are trying to build this democratic resilience from within. It is absurd to say today that we have to defend our democracy because we thought democracy is here, but it's not anymore business as usual. It cannot be taken for granted. So we have to really defend our democracy in order to stay strong and powerful, and this is especially very important for European People's Party, and I think we are on the front line of this.
Just a final thought from you, Vice President de Lange. We were just talking there about defending democracy and the EU institutions from within, reform that might be needed inside before the EU enlarges. How do you view that transformation?
Well, that's hugely important and something we need to repeat time after time. And I'm very grateful to Commissioner Suica that she does so tirelessly, I think, wherever I see her. Because something like democracy, something like the rule of law, we can't see it, we can't touch it. We take it for granted, and it makes it incredibly vulnerable in a way. If nobody is standing up for it, if nobody is defending it, and I come from a country where a very right-wing party just became the biggest in the national elections, if nobody says out loud, this is not a good thing, in the end we will all lose, then Europe will lose.
Yep.
So this is hugely important, and we're coming to the end of our first day of the Congress, and I think there is no better issue to end with than a call to everyone present here, I think, to always defend the democracies that we have built in Europe.
Mr. de Lange, thank you very much, Vice President Suica, and also Treasurer Hango, thank you very much. That closes our third and final panel talking about solidarity, which is included in the manifesto. And now it is time for me to ask President Manfred Weber to ask him to chair the interventions and also hold the vote. Thank you very much, President Weber. Thank you.
So before Nina is leaving the podium, let me first of all, for the management of the presentation of the manifesto, I want to thank Nina dos Santos for the great moderation. Thank you so much for doing so.
President Weber, thank you.
Dear colleagues, the idea was to present the manifesto on content, but also to show the team approach behind. That's why I thank the presidency for showing up, for explaining our main ideas for the future of Europe. And now we are coming to the decision process. So we finalized, after weeks and months of internal discussion, now the manifesto in the political assembly a few days ago. I want to open the debate, so if you have further content considerations also to want to show up and give some further input, please do so. We have 2 microphones in front of us, so everybody is allowed to also contribute. This is not the case, then I thank you for this, because that also gives us a good idea of unity, that we all support the document in front of us, and that's why I bring it now to the vote. And as President, I do this by myself because I want to give really this document importance. It gives us a roadmap for the next 5 years. So those who are in favor, please show up. So those who are voting against the manifesto, please now. There is nobody opposing to the concept of our manifesto. Then it's unanimously approved. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for your support. And let's do this now for the future. Thanks.
Thank you, President Weber. It's now time to hear from the EPP Secretary General, Thanasis Bakoulas, who will conclude day 1 of the EPP's 2024 Congress. But just before we do that, I would like to launch this video, which closes today's events.
Since 2019, the European Union has faced a series of consecutive crises. However, it has stood tall, addressing the challenges head-on, ensuring COVID-19 vaccines for every country, implementing the Green Deal, establishing a new migration and asylum pact, launching Next Generation EU, imposing Russia sanctions, advancing Repower EU, navigating NATO enlargement, progressing the enlargement of the Eurozone, strengthening the Schengen area, protecting the rule of law. We weathered the storms. We emerged stronger, resilient, and more united than ever.
Dear friends, dear delegates, we have a lot to be proud of and a lot more history to make. Today, we celebrate our roots, our values, our commitment to people. Tomorrow, we share with the world our ambition, our drive, our steadfast determination, our strength. Tomorrow is a big day for the EPP. Congress starts at 9 o'clock sharp, but for now, a family dinner is awaiting us all. Thank you very much. Day 1 is done.